All righty. Well, I guess we're going to try to go ahead and get started. It's good to see everybody here. I hope everybody had a good drive up into the mountains or across the mountains or however you got here today. But it's good to see everybody, and may have a few more joining us. But we want to try to stay on schedule and got a lot to talk about today and tomorrow. And I know we've got some other guests coming here in a few minutes, but for those of you that may have missed some of the other meetings that we had when we were during special session, our last meeting we talked with the EMCs, kind of gave an update, and we heard from the telecoms as well and some of their progress. So we've got a lot of good things going on there, and that was all part of this council's work. So it was good to hear from them, and then we've also talked about truck weights and talked about some of the supply chain stuff and commercial driving and some of those shortages that we have. And then today and tomorrow we'll be, as you can see, talking about some of our ag issues. And then also we'll get into some mental health stuff, some food processing today, and some other healthcare related issues as we move into tomorrow, and then try to get some recommendations out on Thursday morning, and that's kind of our timeline and our agenda for the next couple of days. So again, it's good to see everybody here. I know the mayor was supposed to be here, but her mother is not doing well at all, and so she is unable to be here. So we don't really have a local welcome at this time, but I do know the speaker is very close by. And I don't know if Chairman Jaspers has any comments, but good to be here and appreciate everybody's work.
Well, just thank everybody being up in North Georgia. And just quickly, our supplier of apple pies from RNA is here, Ms. Rhonda. Thank you. We appreciate you. You know, if you remember last meeting, Georgia Telecom, she's their executive director and just did a great job and explained what we've done, and we challenged you. We were teasing you, but we'll enjoy these for sure.
Well, I brought my niece with me. Her dad is the one that makes all the pies and everything, so she wants to listen to what y'all got to say today. So.
Well, great. We're glad you're here. But we'll just hang on just for a minute. Go ahead, Ms. Deidre. Sure.
So we were going to be at the University of North Georgia. They ended up having finals this week and no room. So we want to thank Hampton Inn for accommodating us here. It's a little tight, but we're going to make it work. It'll do great. I will tell you that there are restrooms. If you go out the door just to your left, also coffee will be fresh and brewing all the time. And if you want more waters or other drinks, just go in the snack bar and just tell them to put it to Deidre. They'll know what to do. And then dinner tonight, 7 o'clock, 5th floor. You don't have to go far. Casual. Everybody be relaxed after a long drive and a long meeting. That's all I have.
Thank you, Deidre. We appreciate you, coordinating
Thank
all
you.
this. But on a serious note, when we get through, tomorrow after lunch or so, our key thing is doing recommendations. And I want to thank Blake. Where's Blake at? Down here. We've been talking to him over the last couple of weeks, reviewing all the different meetings that we've had and looking at recommendations. And I just thank Blake, because it takes somebody to do all the typing and make it coherent and to listen to everybody's opinion. And Blake, we thank you very much for working on this over Thanksgiving and all the different meetings you've had to attend. Look here, we got some coming in from lunch, it looks like. Here. So we're just going to hang loose for just a minute till the speaker gets here, and then we'll get started again. Gentlemen. Somebody shook my hand. It's Captain Jake. That's not accident. Some screaming old man I've seen in years. He just gave we're glad to be in your town. And we're glad to be up here in Blue Ridge and with the Rural Development Council. That's your baby. You know, I teased you over the weekend. You know, the very first time we met in Tifton, you made this statement, or even before, about, you know, Georgians shouldn't be limited by access or opportunity based on their zip code. And, you know, that's probably the most famous statement being used by everyone in Georgia these days.
I should have copyrighted it.
You should have. Oh, you did? Oh, well, okay. Well, we welcome you, and we'd love to hear what you have to say to us, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Watson, and thank all of you members of the council for being here. Thank our friends that will be presenting and observing and learning. And I just want to welcome you to my hometown. Blue Ridge is a special place. Those of us who live here consider that we are truly blessed to live in one of the most beautiful parts of the state, surrounded by the majestic mountains, rolling rivers, and tumbling creeks. We're also fortunate to welcome visitors and tourists from across the state and literally around the world to enjoy not only the natural beauty but also the wonderful southern hospitality that's on display here each and every day. On any given day here in this town, you might see our neighbors from Metro Atlanta who are fleeing congestion and bullets flying and other things to visit with us, and they shop and eat in our restaurants and enjoy some of the things we have downtown. And we have people from all over the state coming here. And you might also see trout fishermen from Australia, Japan, or Europe, because this we have a fly rod shop here in town, and if you've got an extra $5,000, that's where the fly rods begin. But they're made by a native Georgian, Bill Oyster from Homerville, Georgia, and he does outstanding, world-class work. We are blessed to not have many of the problems that other communities have. I think the two largest issues we have here now are controversy over the adoption of a noise ordinance. How loud should places be allowed to play music at night? And how high buildings should be. We don't have monument issues here. We only have one monument that arises from the Civil War, and interestingly enough, it's a monument to a Union soldier from Fannin County who was not killed but murdered by 12 locals when he came home on leave, and that's in the downtown park. So, but I want to thank you for your continuing efforts to ensure that opportunity is available to every Georgian, regardless of their zip code. And as Chairman Jasper says, yes, that was my line first. Actually, I stole it from Al Williams, but it's later been appropriated by a range of people, including Governor Kemp and Minority Leader Abrams. I guess that's one thing they do agree on. But your work on this council has truly been transformative, and I want to especially thank Co-Chairman Jaspers and Watson for their leadership, and Vice Chairman Corbett and Chairman Emeritus England. I see he's back there, and we'd be remiss if we didn't remember another founding chair, and that was our late friend Jay Powell, for the leadership that they provide to this important group of House members. Since we formed this council in 2017, your mission has remained the same, to bring together stakeholders to identify and implement public policies to spread prosperity throughout rural Georgia. And in this meeting alone, wow, I looked at the agenda. You've got a lot of territory to cover here. But you'll look at expanding opportunities for our farmers to grow and take to market some of the finest agricultural products in the nation. You'll look at improving health care, both physical and mental, to keep rural communities across our state healthy. As you may have heard, improving Georgia's mental health services is a top priority of mine as we look toward the 2022 session of the General Assembly. We will attack this bill both through standalone legislation and budget appropriations, and we'll share more in detail after the first of the year on those proposals. But know this, improving mental health in Georgia will remain a top priority for me as long as it takes to get the job done. The reason for this work is, and all the work that we do, is actually very simple. When I charged this council at its first meeting in Tifton in 2017, I did so by quoting the motto of Georgia's original founders, not for self, but for others. Well, here, that duty to the next generation will come, to the generation that will come after us takes on a special and personal meaning for me, as I know it does for many of you. In my office at the Capitol, I keep a photograph. It's a photograph of David Kell Ralston, my great-grandfather. He's taken outside his log cabin in Gilmer County, a log cabin that had no electricity and no indoor plumbing. And that photograph reminds me each and every day of where I came from. But from that cabin and the love in that home came from my family. And I'm proud of those roots, and I'm proud to carry his name. Most of us in this room have similar stories we can tell, and the common thread is of those who came before us working through adversity to build a better life for us. It is incumbent on us to do the same. We have such an opportunity today, and so I wish you all well in your continuing work on behalf of our House of Representatives and the citizens we all serve. I also would be remiss if I didn't. I'm sure y'all have had these meetings since she's been the coordinator, but this is the first meeting I've been to since Deidre Powell. Excuse me? So first time I've seen Deidre Powell at an RDC meeting, okay? Okay? And I understand she has you on lockdown today. Everything's here. But I did prevail upon her to let you escape, provided you return with receipts showing significant expenditures of money in our shops and businesses downtown. Again, thank you for being here. May God bless you, our great state of Georgia, and the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership. We sure appreciate it, keeping us focused on what's good for Georgia. And he'll be at dinner tonight. If you have some burning issue you got to talk to him about, you can get him then, or he'll probably find you for sure. But just keep in mind as we talk today and tomorrow on recommendations, that's when we leave on Thursday morning, we got to look at a set of recommendations, Blake, Sam, I, John, Terry, just talk to us about them if you have something special that you're thinking of that we may or may not have gotten on there, or something that comes up in the next day or so. But with that, let's get started. Revisiting Georgia's agricultural cooperative law. We got David Bridges, who's just been a wealth of information. David, we appreciate you and what you've done at your school and throughout Southwest Georgia. You've just been a leader, and you're retiring, I understand.
That's correct.
And what a loss for us. But I know you're not going far.
No, And so I don't have to answer the question 100 times. I am retiring as president of ABAC, but I intend to stay on as director of the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation. So I'm not going away. I'm just not going to do 3 jobs anymore. I'm just going to try to focus on one. So I thank you for inviting me, Speaker. Thank you for being here and for all that you've done for rural Georgia. I'm going to make this one pretty quick. I'm not sure exactly what the impetus was. I had several conversations with people who asked me and Scott to take a look at Georgia's agriculture cooperatives law. And, you know, so the real question was, why are we taking a look at it? What's the motivation for doing that? And let's see if I can make this work. Okay, so specifically, and I'll tell you how we took a look at it. It's part of Title II, Chapter 10. There are 4 articles in that title related to agriculture. This is the 3rd. It's the Cooperative Marketing Association's part of that bill. Originally written in 1921, and it's been amended or referred or modified in some way or another quite a few times. In the 30s, again in the 50s, 3 times in the 70s, in the 80s, and most recently there was a deletion of a reference of code to another section of code that appears to have not been relevant. But in my discussions with Chairman England and other people, it seemed to me that the question was, we all believe that cooperatives or something of similar structure are beneficial for our state's agriculture industry. I mean, we look around and we see organizations that appear to be operating as quote-unquote cooperatives that are doing quite well. And what they are doing specifically is adding value to raw agricultural commodities and allowing the farmers that grow those to retain ownership in those commodities at the value-added price and put some of that money back in their community as opposed to it going to a middleman. And so we see some advantage for doing that. The question is Georgia's law promoting the use of cooperatives, or is it hindering? And the other question is, does the current use of the bill tell us something about it? Scott and I and several others read this. It's a rather lengthy section. It goes into a lot of detail, which I'm not going to get into today. But after reading it numerous times and having other people look at it, we go, well, having never actually created a cooperative myself, I don't know whether there's an obstacle here or not. So what we wound up doing was, and you won't be able to read this, but this is all of the sections. It's a rather lengthy bill. I'd say 75% of it deals with normal, typical governance of an organization. The type of thing that you would read in anybody's business organizational plan, whether they were a nonprofit, a for-profit, a S-corp, a C-corp, a partnership, a LLC. There's a great deal of it is about how to pick your board members, how you elect your board members, how you replace board members when they miss, how to conduct business. So, I started digging around through it, and I thought, well, let's approach this in reverse. If I were trying to create something that would create additional opportunity for farmers, and I got to do all this stuff to comply with the law, I very quickly began looking for, well, what is the benefit to me? Why would I do this? And so that's sort of the essence of it. It's comprehensive in terms of its applicability, formation, structure, governance, all those sorts of things. But the real question is, why use it? What is the benefit? What is the consideration you get? You read all through the law and study it comprehensively, and I think what you'll find out is there are 2 benefits. One has to do with exemption of paying a franchise or license tax, And when I looked into that, you're talking about a multi-million-dollar operation. The franchise tax is insignificant. It really isn't significant. So I don't think that that is an obstacle, but I also don't know that it's really a benefit. And then the last piece is it provides some protection against antitrust or restraint of trade complaints. Now, I'm not an attorney. Speaker is, and I think there's some others in here. I asked the question of several people, does the state's provision of protection against federal antitrust really mean anything? Or must the protection against antitrust at the federal level be provided by the feds? These are the only two reasons why you would, in my view, use this law compared to just creating an LLC or a for-profit corporation or a partnership or what have you. So after we dug around a bit more, we learned that there are a couple of these provisions that are provided in other ways. So I called around and talked to the CEOs of several agricultural organizations that appear to be operating as co-ops. Premium Peanut Company, American Peanut Growers from Donaldsonville, Edison Co-op and Gin, and some others. And what I found out is that although some of them actually use the word co-op in their name, they're not actually organized as a co-op under this law. So I began asking why not? Well, two of them were not even aware of this law. And the others said, much of that law deals with business organization that was relevant in 1921 when the law was written, and maybe even more recently, but it's not applicable today. And I said, well, okay, explain to me how that, why you say that. And then so I talked to a couple of other people, and they said, well, for example, it tells you exactly how you have to disperse dividend payments to stockholders, common stock versus preferred, this, that, and the other. We can organize as an LLC, be taxed as partners, and we can distribute patronage funds in any way we want. We're not limited to how we have to do it. We can hold capital reserves, and then we can distribute net revenue, and we don't have to worry about complying with all of this. So I said, oh, so you operate like a co-op, you just don't operate under the co-op law. I said, that's correct. And as I called around, that's what I found out from each and every one of them. So then I went to the Secretary of State's corporate filings, and I can't find anything. There may not even be a category for filing under this law. I can't find anything that lists as a true agricultural co-op under the Secretary of State's office. There is one interesting provision in the law which kind of tweaked my interest as a business person. I don't know whether it would tweak others, but right toward the end, when you file your annual filing with Secretary of State's office, you're obligated to submit a copy of your balance sheet. And having grown up in a farm family and farm now, I know how farmers are about their business. And I just wonder how many people really want to submit a copy of their balance sheet in order to retain their filing status. So after consulting with people like Carl Zimmer, and he couldn't be here today, he's in Washington, and I talked with Bob McClendon, I talked with Ronnie Lee, I talked with Tommy Dollar, I talked with a number of folks that are participating in farmer-owned businesses that operate, quote-unquote, like a co-op, and really could not find any evidence of current use of the law. So at the risk of being a little bit brave, here's my recommendation. I'm not an attorney, but I think there should be a careful look at this by Legislative Counsel and a discussion with Commissioner Black, because it does fall under his auspices, but I cannot find any current use of it. I can't find any rationale for one using it as opposed to organizing a business under other available structures. If that's the case, then I would suggest you either consider repealing it or streamlining it or modernizing it in some way that it does provide incentive or benefit to farmers to use it. Because as I can see right now, it's not being used. Now, Chairman England did raise a question this morning to me. We had talked about this several times, and he mentioned to me earlier the EMCs. But I'm not sure. I didn't dig into that. But I don't believe the EMCs are chartered under this statute. Does anybody here know? And that's a question certainly worth pursuing, but I don't believe they are. But that would change the complexion of my recommendation probably pretty significantly if they are. But I think that's something the Legislative Council could look at pretty quickly and make a determination. So I don't know whether this is where y'all expected this to go, but that's where my investigation of it led me. That, you know, when I can't find anybody using it, then it starts causing me to dig and ask a few other questions. Why not? And the real answer is that we can do everything that's provided for under here in another way with less restrictions, less. And the final point I would make, there is the federal law. Oh, I just drew a blank. Capper-Volstead, excuse me. Capper-Volstead is the federal law that, thank you, Terry. I drew a blank. Capper-Volstead provides antitrust protection for farmers organized and doing business together. You're welcome to go read that if you want. It's a very long read. There's a 320-page book that's been published on the history of the Capper-Volstead Act and what it does and doesn't do and what it does well and what it doesn't do so well. I didn't quite make it through it. I skipped around through it, Speaker, and found out what I needed to know and let the rest fly on for a lawyer to read. But that's my position based on what I've seen.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bridges, and for the committee. I know there's some of you may not have the presentation in your books, but it will be in there later this evening. Just in case you were trying to find it and you want to go back and read some of it. But I do think it was something that we needed to look at because as the agricultural industry, you know, it's continuing to cost more and more and more, and you're seeing more and more partnerships, whether it be families or unrelated people, and we've addressed a lot of that as well through the General Assembly and allowing people to purchase land together because it costs more. We've allowed people to purchase equipment together because it costs more. And so we're doing a lot of the same things that kind of what you've just told us, that people are partnering up and working together, just not under this. But we'll continue to look at it and see if there's some questions here. Representative Williams?
Doctor, I'm curious.
Pull your mic down, Al.
Okay. Dr. Bridges, I'm curious about what happened through the years with farm co-ops, because in the late 30s, the first farm co-op organized by African American farmers in Georgia was organized in my district, right down from my house. It used to be quite popular. It was, as Representative Watson was referring to, coming together, put money together to be able to do things that individuals couldn't do. What happened along the way?
It appears, now this is looking retrospectively, but it appears that the opportunities for organization of business in the state advanced, and there are now other vehicles for doing the same thing. But I think the word co-op is still popular term among farmers, and I think to the extent that it allows, as Representative Watson said, it allows groups to achieve an economy of scale where they can buy and possibly reduce fixed cost and do things together that they would otherwise not be able to do is a good thing. And I think an equal or more important thing is back to this issue that we've talked about a lot of times before and we continue to talk about. The money in agriculture and food industry is in the middle. And we have got to figure out a way in Georgia to slide more of our agriculture business into the food business. Because the money is in the middle. I gave a talk to Leadership Georgia recently where I pointed out, I held up a loaf of bread, and I said to the members of Leadership Georgia, how much money do you think a farmer gets for the wheat that's in this $3 loaf of bread? 6 cents. Okay? $4 jar of peanut butter, 35 cents. You can make 215 pairs of blue denim jeans out of a bale of cotton. Farmer gets about $350 for that bale of cotton. Let's do government math. What's 300 pairs of designer blue jeans worth?
With
Okay.
the holes in them,
With holes already in them when you get them right. So I think this concept of the co-op is very valid for saving farmers money, allowing them to do something. I know some people that have actually talked about forming a partnership to buy an airplane because they want to own their own crop duster, so to speak. And none of them can afford $1.5 million, but a group of 10 farmers think they can afford one collectively. I'm not sure they can, but that's what they think. But it's really valuable in terms of doing what American Peanut Growers has done, Premium Peanut has done, and we see being done on a smaller scale in the pecan industry and other places, the agritourism business, the RNA orchards, where you take an apple that's worth a few cents and you make a pie out of it that's worth significantly more. And I think until we get agriculture in the state of Georgia away from the elevator mentality, which is I grow it and I drive across somebody's elevator and dump it and take whatever they're willing to give me for it, we're going to find ourselves in a desperate situation. So I think the co-op concept is valuable there as well, because it might allow us to add value to things where the farmer could retain some of that money. And that's not, I'm a farmer. I like it making farmers more profitable. But what I really like is that those farmers live in rural communities and that money goes back in their local banks, in their pockets, and is spent in their local community, as opposed to being all consolidated with the middlemen.
Makes sense.
Dr. Bridges, just a quick question following maybe what Al said. Just two things. So the Secretary of State could never tell you the last time anybody filed. No,
I didn't actually
idea.
talk to the Secretary of State, but I
Well-
spent a lot of time on the website.
Well, have you seen, when you're looking and researching, do you see any other states who have a simplified law that does what you're talking about and empower small groups?
I'll be honest, I haven't looked.
Okay, I'm just curious if
Chairman,
you thought.
I probably should have, but I didn't.
I thought
But we
you
can
might
do
have.
that. No,
Yeah,
I think that's a valid question. And if you go to the Secretary of State's office and you'll do a quoted search for the word co-op, which spells coop at the Secretary of State's office, or quoted co-op, you find those two words in a lot of filings. But when you download those files and start looking, they're for-profit corporations, they're partnerships, they're LLCs.
Gotcha.
There is no mention of the word co-op.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Ricky got a real valid point. I know other commodities and other states use co-op, or at least did in the past, used the co-op model a lot. And so I don't know about recently. I think your point is you got new vehicles now that you didn't have years ago, business models, legal, federal to form under now. So that might be the answer to it. But
Yeah.
but I know other. I know California used to use the co-op model a lot, and some places up in Michigan did with some commodities. So
The other one I forgot that I didn't mention, and I purposely didn't mention it, but I want to tell you we are looking into it, and that's farm credit. It's unclear to me what farm credit really is. and I'm a member. I get a patronage dividend most years, but it's unclear to me how Farm Credit is organized. Some people refer to it as a co-op, but I'm not sure whether it really is or not.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Bridges, and we'll just let you keep rolling right along into. We were just talking about cooperative law. Now we're going to talk about cooperation with food and health, and I know you've got your team up there with folks that have been working. Y'all been working together to connect the farm and get more value out of his product. And so appreciate what y'all are doing on that to get food into our healthcare system and healthcare providers, and lower costs for them and help the farmer. So I'll turn it back over to you and let you have the floor.
Okay. So have joining me today Robin Rao from Miller County Hospital, and for those of you who don't know her, introducing her as a hospital CEO is a disservice to her. This lady is one of the most creative and talented people you will ever meet. And some of you have had the good fortune or the damnation of dealing with her, me, and Jimmy Lewis in the same room working on the same project. That's dangerous territory. But Robin, thank you for making the trip up. And of course we have Jimmy Lewis with Hometown Health. And I just want to provide an opening comment, introduce them, and let them talk about what they want to talk about. And then we will use the remaining time to answer any questions you have, or if there's some points that we missed, we will come back and get them. So just bottom line, you say, well, how did the three of us come together to decide to pursue this? And there is a fourth partner in crime in our Georgia Rural Hospital Food Collaborative, and that's Matt Kirk. He's not with us today, but actually this project is one that probably got stimulated because of this House Rural Development Council, because we all appeared at times in front of the council, and we share a common interest at the most fundamental level, supporting small rural communities throughout the state. These two individuals are deeply committed to sustaining and improving health care in rural Georgia. And as you know, I've spoken many times, there are three pillars that the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation lives on every day. And that is that if you're going to repopulate rural Georgia with young, educated, energetic people, you're going to provide three things or they're not going to come. People of childbearing age are not going to move to rural Georgia if they don't have an economic opportunity, they don't have a good school for the kids to go to, and they don't have health care. And you can't fix one, you got to fix all three. And so the three of us had a number of conversations around the impossible dream, and that was, how can we help small to middle-sized farmers? We know we can't help them all, but how can we help local small to middle-sized farmers and at the same time help struggling rural hospitals, nursing homes, and healthcare facilities? Is there a way for us to do that? And so I'm going to turn it over to them. And in essence, what we did was produced a co-op. We didn't call it a co-op. We formed it as a nonprofit without a name. It doesn't have the word co-op in it, but in reality, I think you're going to see that as we move forward, that's exactly the plan. We help the people who participate in it, and we return any profits that there are to support those rural community hospitals. So I'll turn it over. I think, who's up first? You. Jimmy's up.
Thank y'all very much for the opportunity to come and share with you some of the thoughts and experience.
Introduce yourself and what you do, because we have a few new members who are on here, and Miss Robin too, so they'll kind of know who you are. Thank you.
My name is Jimmy Lewis, and I'm the CEO of Hometown Health, And Hometown Health is an association, an organization of some 50 hospitals in Georgia and 80 hospitals in Iowa and hospitals in Mississippi and all around. And our mission is to do whatever we can legally, morally, and ethically to keep a rural hospital and its rural community with access to health care. And we've been at it about 25 years. My background, I came to this after having been in many Fortune 500 companies. I served in 6 Fortune 500 companies doing a lot of things, buying, selling, starting, stopping, and doing those kind of things. And came to form Hometown Health for the sole purpose of doing what we can to keep health care in rural Georgia. Now, as a part of what I'm about to share with you, I'll say also that in addition to those things in the Fortune 500 companies, I had the good fortune or the bad fortune of getting deeply involved in economic development over the years in a number of ways. I served as the chairman of the Fall Feather Hunt in Albany, Georgia. I was chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. I sat on the red carpet tour. I was on the Operation Legacy program. And I want to give you that to say that we're about to talk about economic development, and I want you to know that when I speak to you from economic development, I'm also talking to you about economic development from an experiential standpoint. So that said, I want to read a paragraph that my new good friend Blake included for us. You'll think when I read this is kind of crazy, but nevertheless it may have good meaning. Blake, this says here, it says that here's what we ask you as a presenter. We ask you to be blunt, frank, candid, brutally honest in your presentation. Don't be shy or worry about hurt feelings. Please be concise, clear, and meaningful with your presentation, identifying barriers to development and proposed solutions. We do not want a civic presentation. So they invited me and Robin and Dr. Brooks. So thank you so much. So as we go through this and you get really excited about being positively impacted or not, know that we're trying to comply with the criteria by which we were obliged to do this right here. Okay?
Thank you.
So that's kind of where it starts. Can you give me this slide? Well, I've got slides in many different places, but that's it. Okay. So to get this started, a year and a half ago, we got, well, first of all, let me say, I'm personally involved in hospitals ad infinitum. We do any and everything to keep hospitals open and going, whatever we can do. It's a reimbursement or whatever. So, but in addition to that, we do all sorts of other things that we're about to show you with respect to hospitals with a very simple reason. And the simple reason is the hospitals have got to be a central part of the community from an economic development standpoint, from a job standpoint, from a revenue sources standpoint, and all those kind of things. So it's with that we come to this particular conversation. Now, as we do that, it's important for me to make note that Dr. Bridges has got an organization that he has head up the Innovation Center over here. And the Innovation Center and what they were doing is what was the beginning of some of what we're about to share with you today. And that stemmed from the fact that we were riding around on Robin's farm, and we were having a conversation one day, and we were talking about a variety of issues that needed to be dealt with, and we came up with 3 or 4 issues that would go into his Innovation Center, and they included helping the Georgia Partnership for Telehealth. They included working with the various revenue streams that could come about from hospitals. We talked about something that you will find interesting in terms called reshoring of cotton. How does that fit with hospitals? We'll talk about that. We also talked about microbial scrubs, and how does that fit with hospitals? Well, that fits with hospitals. And then we talked about a number of other issues. At the same time we talked about that, we talked about a situation that has come up with the 4 of us and with Robin, and that was we had a situation where we had a CEO to call and say, I got a problem. And the problem is I got a farmer, a small farmer, that's got some vegetables that are going to waste, and we can't get those vegetables anywhere to get sold, and they were too small to be big and too big to be small, but they had the need to get their vegetables somewhere. So the question was raised, and we talked about it a little bit. There's got to be a way that from the hospital industry, economic development, we can help those people. What do we do? So we turned to Robin, and we said to Robin, how do we do this? What is there we can do to help ourselves? So we started looking at hospitals and said, okay, hospitals, vegetables, revenue streams, all sorts of things that start to fit together. And then suddenly the thought came to mind, we have hospitals who have kitchens. Many hospitals have nursing homes. Kitchens and nursing homes have reasons to use vegetables. Why have we not ever looked at the correlation between what goes on with the foodstuffs in the rural community and whatever else we can do to help in economic development. So with that, we had conversations, and they went kind of like this. What do we do to help ourselves, and what can we do to help each other? So in order to do that, let's find some people that understand a little bit about these issues. And those were Dr. Bridges, Matt Kirk, who is not here today, Robin, and myself. And we said, okay, so what do we do? How do we figure out how to do this? So we looked at the fact that hospitals do indeed use a tremendous amount of foodstuffs. And we said to ourselves, now, you know, how smart is it that we've got a major consumer of foodstuffs out in the marketplace and we're not marrying the two of them together? So we got to looking at it, and it became abundantly clear that from a farming standpoint, from an economic development standpoint, from a political standpoint, we need to have had all three of those entities together. So we started a little collaborative, and we picked a couple of 3 or 4 hospitals to start to work with, where we wanted to have those people and parcels of politics to work together, and it kind of goes like this. We got a hospital CEO who's got a kitchen. That hospital and that CEO, we've come to learn, is in desperate need of the political oomph associated with the politics of the community and with the hospital. So we said, okay, we need to get those together because ultimately the hospital is going to somehow need subsidy from the local community. In addition to that, we need to talk to the farmers. Why it is we're not talking to the farmers, and they've got foodstuffs that we need to be using, and we don't even know each other. So we said, let's figure out how to get those people together so we can understand that. And then we said, okay, this is probably going to apply to hospitals that are in the rural communities and in the desperate stages of survival. So how do we address some of that? So we kind of put a little group together. And the little group together said, well, we need to understand each other and we need to understand our needs. So we formed a little foursome, fivesome of CEOs and business people to discuss this. And we started about 1 month into the pandemic. And we decided to get together, Zoom and otherwise, every week for 55 weeks or thereabout to discuss how we can work together to get foodstuffs into hospitals' kitchens, and then to be able to talk to farmers, and then to be able to talk to all sorts of people involved in the process. Little did we know that when we got into that whole proposition, how pervasive it would be and how many different avenues we would have to work with. But more importantly than all of that, and this is where we get into the blunt, to find out how difficult it is to survive in rural Georgia. Now, you're all here representing in one form or another rural Georgia. We're from rural Georgia. I grew up in Cordele. We all got farm roots, but little did we understand and know that when we got started into this proposition where we think that God created hospitals and farms and they were all going to survive, but they may not. And then we started to find out how difficult it is to survive. We put together a foursome, and that foursome, 3 of which is here, and we started the conversation about how to get vegetables that are at the stage of expiring at the number 1 stage, but are good for hospitals and that kind of stuff. So we sat down and talked with Robin and said, Robin, how do we do this? And she said, it's just real simple. We just buy from each other. And we said, that sounds real hard. No, that's pretty simple. Well, but if we got to do that, we got to find somebody that can help us move this stuff around. So we said, well, we're smart people. We'll figure out how to develop our own logistical program. And our logistical program means that we understand that we know all about how to move product in a truck and a trailer and all that kind of stuff. Well, we embarked on what we thought was about to be the development of a brand spanking new international world-class software, and we found out that that was not real smart. So instead, we found that there was logistics out there that we may not know about that we needed to take advantage of and learn how to use it. So we did. So we went to Commissioner Blackett, we went to Chairman England, and a number of other people said, where could we find help in doing this? So we found help in a purveyor out of Atlanta that was willing to and does use his skill set to go after smaller farmers and the products that come from them. So we said, how do we do this? Talked to the subject of co-op, and we had this whole conversation about co-op and do we really need a co-op? And we got the legal beagles in it, and we finally said, you know, we don't really think we need a co-op. We think we need something as powerful and as impactful, but as less complicated than a co-op. So what is that? So we said, let's create a collaborative. Well, what's a collaborative? Well, we don't know. But in the means that we don't know, we decided that we would get together and create a not-for-profit corporate entity that could serve as the managerial hub of what we were about to do. So we did that, and we had these 4 people, and then we started to pick others to help create this collaborative that we could talk to each other every Friday at 10 o'clock. And we did that. We formed the collaborative. And then we started to look, and let me just be quick to point out, the collaborative is not a tool to appeal to every farmer. This collaborative is a tool to appeal to the smallest of the lot for the most part. There'll be others in it, but the smallest of the lot who needed help in getting their product into the marketplace. And yes, we understand there are all sorts of issues that go with that, but specifically, we wanted to go after rural farmers and learn how to do that. We wanted to do vegetables from the start because we've got a whole series of vegetables, as you know, depending upon the time of the year, need help in getting them to the market in our various communities. So we said, let's do that. So we go to Robin, and Robin says, I can do that. That's not a problem. We said, yes, got to be a problem, because if it wasn't a problem, a bunch of other people would be doing it. And she said, that ain't a problem. I'll show you. And so in about a week, a truckload, straight job truckload, backed up to her diet program in her hospital. And guess what? They unloaded a whole bunch of vegetables in her hospital that were very good vegetables. And all of a sudden, people got extremely happy about that. We learned a little bit, we called it the proof of concept. We learned a little bit about how to get vegetables over to Robin's place and or to other people. Since we were meeting every Friday or so at 10 o'clock, we got to talking to other people about how we could do this. And we said, let's go from our one or two hospitals that we're working with, let's see who else would be interested. Long story, but today we have approximately 18 hospitals who are working with the collaborative and buying from, for, and with each other. The interesting part about that and where we are today is the amount of money that we have invested in this collaborative is without measure. And the reason it's without measure is because the investment amount is equal to zero. We have put together a collaborative that's been working now the better part of a year, 18 hospitals, and when the season comes back in, we'll probably move on up to 2025, and we're working together, and we've never invested not a dollar in terms of capital investments. All we've invested in is trustworthiness between the people involved and the need to solve the problem. And that's how we have come to this point. Now, at the same time we came to this point, there was another part of the conversation that we started to get into, and this is the part that truly started to hone our skills as business people, and that was Robin led us to believe that we need, well, Matt Kirk, who is not here, led us to believe that we have a specific reason to deal with this, and you're probably aware as you read it. We're convinced and confirmed by talking to the people such as Cisco and otherwise that there is an imminent food shortage on the horizon, and it's a bad, bad situation. This was a year ago. Yeah, this was a year ago. We also learned that, well, there was another issue that we learned that we got this shortage, and we need to get beef or whoever processed, but we asked around a little bit about how quickly you can get beef to the marketplace, and we learned that at that particular time it was more than 6 months required to get a cow slaughtered. And if you got a backlog, something's not going on. So we asked the question, why is that and what's going on here? What we learned is there's over 1 million plus head of cows on the hoof in the state of Georgia. And what we started to find out is, guess what? We ain't got the capacity to process those cows. And what we learned is we're sending the predominance of our cows to Nebraska to get them processed so we can bring them back over here and eat them. And all of that intermediate work is going somewhere else and not going to our rural communities and not going to our hospitals and not going to our local farmers. So back to, we talked to Robin, and Robin says, now we got the vegetables, we can move on that, but the next thing we need to consider is this thing called protein. Now, protein is another word for cows and hogs. Okay, so if you're in Atlanta, you have to say protein, and if you're in South Georgia, you can say cows and hogs. And that's just kind of the way it works because we understand those languages. So we got into the discussion of how do we do cows and hogs. Well, cows and hogs is a processing operation much different than vegetables. So we go to Robin and we say, what do you know about this? And she says, I know a little bit about it, and I know some people who know a little bit about it. And okay, so how do we deal with this particular proposition? And we said in that proposition, well, we've got to know how to kill cows. Now, that's a little bit different than processing urbanized food, okay? So we have to understand that, and we have to go to work on that, and we have to figure out what is processing protein, slaughtering. Now, so we started asking those questions around, and as we asked those questions around, we come to find out that That's a pretty prolific business in the state of Georgia, but it's totally insufficient to handle what's got to be going on with the production, because we have a major shortfall. We may have 25 or 30 slaughterhouses in the state of Georgia, and we've got this million cows that we're sending to Nebraska, and we're asking ourselves why. And the reason is we got slaughterhouses that don't nobody want to necessarily grow beyond where they are. We got to figure out how to do that. So then we started to say, how do we do processing? And I'll let Robin speak to that in a minute. But the long and the short of it was we realized suddenly that this is a very, very viable revenue stream and initiative that has to be taken. And if we don't take it, if indeed that imminent food shortage is here, and we could be just a couple of months away, depending on what we do in Ukraine and China and all that good stuff, we're going to have a major food shortage. And our food shortage is going to impact hospitals and is going to impact nursing homes. Think about it. If we run into a food shortage and we can't provide 35 or 4,000 beds of nursing homes with food, are we just going to sacrifice them all right there? So we looked at it and said, we got to do this. How do we do this? So we did the crazy things about how do we do it, and in doing how do we do it, we come to realize that there's a whole bunch of stuff out there called regulations and dollars and cents and craziness that goes with it. So it was with that then that we go to Robin and say, show us, how do we do this? Robin, show us, how do we do this? You're up, Robin.
All right, well, okay, well, I didn't quite catch the lead right away there.
Yeah.
So let me just give you a little bit of information about myself as well. Some of you do know me. Some of you probably wished you hadn't met me before. But you know, you can tell by my accent, I'm not originally from Georgia. I'm one of those damn Yankees who came down and just never went back. And so I've been down here in Georgia for about 35 years, and I own a farm in Miller County. And on that farm, we grow hogs. We have a fairly robust cattle herd, or several herds of cattle, chickens and a few things like that. But the main product out of the farm is beef and pork, and beef being the primary one. The other thing that you need to understand about me is, first of all, I didn't bring my biographical sketch with me, but it's pretty historic, I'd say. You know, I've worked in both for-profit and not-for-profit, but always in healthcare since my undergraduate degree. Always healthcare, never left that at all. The farming is like a second full-time job and sometimes a third full-time job for me. What I think people recognize me for, in large part, is my unwillingness to accept no for an answer, ever. Unless you can convince me that no is the right answer. And so what I've done in Miller County is taken a hospital that had 1.5 foot in the grave, and these two gentlemen, and Representative Green can certainly attest to it. I've taken a hospital that was closing, and in its last days had no cash, didn't have $100,000 in it, and to what it is today, which is more than just a healthcare system. I mean, it is something that I would suggest anybody traveling through Miller County ought to come and take a look at, quite frankly. My hope in all of this is that what I've done to healthcare is what I hope to be able to do to agriculture in some small way in Georgia. Certainly, I think, I've already started doing that in Miller County, but that's just a little bit of background about me and why I think that they invited me to this table here today. I'm going to say that my journey about all of this started really in 2018 when my herd of cattle was getting a little bit older. And like other cattle producers, anybody in here actually have cattle? Okay. All right, so as your cattle gets older, you battle with, what do I do with them? Their calves aren't as good, their bags aren't as good, and I'm talking cattleman's language here, but they're difficult to keep. You have to put more grain, more hay in the wintertime into them. They just can't maintain themselves. And so you struggle with, okay, at what age, when do I cull this animal, and then what happens to that animal as she's being culled? And it is not a pretty site for any of these animals. Now, I am not a PETA representative, please do understand, but in my 30 years farming, my farm has been an animal welfare approved facility, certified and inspected as such. I believe that the animals on my farm that take care of me deserve at least one bad day, but I believe in that bad day. It's got to happen. So as my cows aged, and like other farmers, the only option back then, during these years, has been really to bring them to a sale barn. Where in 2018, when I would bring 1,000-pound cow, and usually at that age it'd be more like 850 to 900 pounds, bring a 900-pound cow into a sale barn, it would be bought up by the people like us who are buying them today. Except that I was getting 13 or 14 cents a pound for an animal that had taken care of me all those years. So I would literally, and then that auctioneer or that stockman would take 6% right off the top. That was his commission, plus they take shrinkage. So by the time you take that 11-year-old cow, if you kept them that long, over to a livestock barn, you drove out with a check for $137.50. I hate to tell you, that ain't worth my time or my effort or my inclination for how I'm going to treat an animal. And then it gets shipped. It's bought up by some of the large people like ourselves, big processing plant. They get bought up by those people in masses. They just buy all the old cows, which goes into by the way, all the hamburger that you eat. They buy all those cows. They get shoved onto a double-decker trailer. Usually the oldest of the cows are down below. Things happen to them en route, if you can imagine. And then they're delivered after a horrible trip to what ends up being their last day on earth. Myself, along as many of my neighbors back then, decided we weren't going to do that any longer. And when I say my neighbors, other cattle producers, it just isn't worth my time to do that. And so we stopped selling our cattle to the auctioneer. Just for $150, not worth my time or being able to put my head on a pillow during the evening. And again, I'm not a PETA activist, but just wasn't something I was willing to do. Many farmers began just letting the animals die on their farms just of natural causes. One day, by just pure divine intervention, one of my employees in our dietary department, not the manager, but one of the women who orders meat, stopped me and said, "Miss Robin, is there anything that you can do about the hamburger that we're getting?" And I asked her, what's your problem? What's going on? And so she let me know that she wasn't happy neither with the price they were paying or the packaging that they were paying or what she considered to be the quality of the meat that we were getting. Now, at that point in time, we were buying all of our meat from Cisco Foods at Miller County Hospital, which, by the way, is about 300 beds in that teeny little hospital in the middle of nothing.
And 100 vent patients,
Yeah.
largest anywhere.
In the United States, yes. So,
Could you repeat that so we can understand what you said?
sure. So the Hospital Authority of Miller County, which was once almost dead, now has almost 300 beds. We manage 2 other hospitals outside of ourselves, 3 rural health clinics, 2 long-care facilities, and within our walls are 100 ventilator patients and ventilator dialysis dependent patients. It's the largest program in the United States like that.
Robin,
Yes.
tell them how many FTEs you had working there when you got there in 2011 and how many you've got there today, please.
So when I first got there, we had about 154 FTEs in our organization. Today we have 700. Our average annual salary, and this is when you pull out physician salaries, my salary. Our average annual salary in that organization is $58,000 a year. Going back out to the Miller County and the communities around us. You can imagine that those 700 people, Miller County is less than 6,000 employees. You can imagine that those 700 people don't live in Miller County. We recruit from all of the surrounding counties and also outside of our state, obviously.
Now,
So-
let me offer to what she just had to say, where the real story starts. We came up with this idea of a collaborative, and we talked it through, and we got a few vegetables moved around to these 18 hospitals and such as, and then we started to talk about protein and the fact that we needed to make sure that we're gonna handle this imminent food shortage that we believe is coming, and it's going to have to be dealt with through a different process. So we just being, crazy, dumb, and happy, we just said, we'll just go out and start processing cows. Where do we do that? Well, we don't know, except fortuitously, there came available a slaughterhouse. Someone who had been operating a slaughterhouse for a while decided that they wanted to get out of it, and we heard that that may be for sale. We don't know what no means, so we decided, well, somebody's got a slaughterhouse for sale, and we need slaughterhouse capability, and we know Chairman England who knows all sorts of crazy stuff about all this kind of stuff, so we're gonna sit down and talk with him, and he says, yeah, you need to do this and you need to do that. Well, Chairman England said we need to do it, we need to do it. So we proceeded down a path of business the likes of which you can't imagine. And in the process of, sir?
He ain't on the note. He ain't on the note.
Oh, he ain't, yeah, right, he thought he was on the note.
Well, we'd like you to co-sign it though for us.
the note. Let's make that note.
So here's what happened. We needed the ability to expand capacity. We now know that there are 1 million cows on the hoof and at least 1 million hogs on the hoof, and we're sending them to Nebraska. We need to figure out how to bring that back into the state of Georgia. We heard that this plant was for sale, so we said, oh, ain't no problem. We'll go buy it. No, who's we gonna go buy? When we set this thing up, we set it up with the collaborative, not a co-op, but we set it up with the collaborative. And the collaborative is a not-for-profit that is designed to, when producing margin, to put that margin only back into the not-for-profit. That's an extremely important concept, especially when you talk to people who don't understand not-for-profit. So we started into the concept of discussing where will we get financing and how will we get financing to deal with that. Well, first thing we do is we go talk to a bank, or we go talk to Department of Community Affairs, or we go talk to somebody else that may have dollars and cents, ARP money, or whatever, and we said, that's not a problem, we can get that money and we'll move right on through that process. Wrong, wrong, wrong. What we found out through that was that the Achilles heel in rural agriculture and rural healthcare and rural economic development that is there. And that is the simple fact that I'm going to throw something out there that you already know, and that is we are eat up, beat up, and slaughtered by regulation. And we started to work through this regulation process in this particular case, and we got killed, so to speak, at every corner. I mean, we had a process and a processing plant, and we went to buy it, and then we said, well, you need cash. Well, we don't have any cash. I mean, this is a startup. So what do you need? Well, we don't know. Well, you got to know. How you gonna know? Well, you go get you an appraisal of whatever it is you're fixing to buy. Really? So where you get an appraisal of what you're gonna buy? So we went out, and now we're looking at a not-for-profit to get an appraisal for something that we hadn't bought on, and ain't nobody ever done it. Except we know that if we don't do this in southwest Georgia in that quadrant, we're going, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to lose the capacity to have jobs and environmental improvement and all of the things that go, as well as being able to supply food, protein, to the population in the state of Georgia. So, go ahead.
Let me interrupt one
We
second.
don't have a
because-
plan there, we just, go.
Well, let me just make this clear. So if I don't know how many of you ever go into a supermarket, but we hear all the time about shipping and receiving and supply chain and how interrupted it is. But if you go into a supermarket and you go down that meat line and you want to buy some ribs or some pork chops, and they're just not available today, what do? You just go to the next thing in the counter, okay? But you're talking about one person buying one item. When you're talking about 300 dependent patients in your hospital, and in the case of a Grady or an Emory, many, many more, and the supplier of your protein simply doesn't have what you need, it's not like you can just shift and go to, oh, let me have this then, because this also is not available. And that is in fact what happened in healthcare in 2020.
Spring of 2020.
In 2019, after that conversation with my dietary staff, I went out on a limb, myself and several other farmers, and we started killing our own beef through an inspected plant, the same plant that we just bought, and we started selling directly into the hospital. We eliminated Cisco Foods and we went directly from the farm to the plant to the facility. In 2020, and so that caught wind, another hospital came on board and started buying beef from us as well. In 2020, in spring of 2020, when COVID was at our doors as healthcare people, it didn't, the limitation for healthcare wasn't just the vaccines, it just wasn't the IVs, it just wasn't the masks and other things. It also hit healthcare's food supply. And this was at the time when we started really talking about protein. And hospitals, many of them, had the same problem. Miller County and one other hospital had already had solved that problem without even realizing it. But by 2020, it was on all of our doorsteps, and that's what started us walking very aggressively down the path that we finished up about 3 weeks ago, which was when we realized how bad the scenario was, we tried calling each of the 25 to 30 USDA plants in Georgia that process beef and pork, and we pleaded with all of them. We phoned, myself and a representative from Fort Valley University, called them all and asked them each to help pitch in. Will you please, if we find the animals for you throughout Georgia and process them, and acquire them, would you be willing to kill them and distribute them for us? They weren't even able to kill them for us, much less distribute them. So, the process, as they're talking about, we felt as though we were forced. Just like I was forced to change the way that healthcare was done in Miller County 13 years ago now, I felt like we were also forced to change the way that we deliver food to our patients, because I could not be held with a gun against my head by a company like Cisco Foods, who has served us all twice since then notice telling us that there is a major shortage of all of this to come.
Right. So let me try to put a little wrap on this, and then y'all can ask questions. So here's kind of what drove the 4 or 5 of us, primarily the 3 of us, was, we see what we got farmers out there that are struggling. They're getting squeezed in the marketplace from small to large. They've got stuff to sell, and at times no market to sell it to. Okay? On the other side, we got rural hospitals that are threatened with sustainability on the money front. We literally got hospitals that face Thursdays with the question, do I make my payroll Friday, or do I pay the Cisco bill? And if I don't pay the Cisco bill this week, I don't get a Cisco truck next week, because I got to pay my people. So we literally got that. We got a fragile supply chain that, as Robin pointed out, broke down completely last year. Most people didn't realize it, but it did break down. And it's breaking down again now. And then we've got, the whole issue of rural community sustainability. If you don't have health care and you don't have farmers, you don't have a community. And so we said, why haven't we already done something about this? And so, as Robin and Jimmy pointed out, we didn't know what we were doing. We just said it's pretty obvious. We got farmers with fruits and vegetables. We got hospitals and nursing homes that need them. And we got all kinds of rules and regulations in the middle, and the middlemen taking all the profits. Well, why don't we just get the farmers and the hospitals together and do private treaty, bartering, I don't care, cash sale, whatever you want to do. Well, as Jimmy pointed out, the logistics is difficult, because if Sam's got squash, but Bo Herndon's got the onions, and somebody at R&A Orchards has got the apples, you learn pretty quickly that the logistics of that is a losing proposition. You got to do it, but you got to figure out somehow to do it. So, the situation that we put in place is not being perfect, but it's a lot better than what it was. And I will tell you, our collaborative, we've carried some hospitals for 60, 90.
We're still carrying some.
We're still carrying some, yes. But we've had hospitals that have been at the brink of closure. And if we could keep them food and carry them financially, they could stay open. And that has literally happened. So we are now trying, our first goal was to make one sale. That was in May of 2020. And we got that done, and we all gathered. Now, he said we've had a meeting every Friday since February or March of 20. Sometimes we've had 3 and 4 meetings. There literally have been weeks when Jimmy Lewis and I went to Miller County 3 times in 1 week to try to keep the
It's a
collaborative.
beautiful drive, by the way.
Yeah, we love your area, Robin. But we've added customers. We could add a lot more if we can get this thing moved along.
Wait a minute, stop right there. Tell them what the greatest problem is we've got right now.
The cash flow right now.
Well, we got that solved, but beyond the cash flow.
Labor.
Labor.
Hold on,
So-
if you solve cash flow, somebody please include me on that deal and
Well,
let me
we
sleep
have
better.
we have solved cash flow for this week and next week. Right? We
For 2
split
weeks.
that at
We got
lunch.
2 payrolls, we got 2
Hey,
payrolls
everybody,
made.
2 weeks, got it solved.
We got two
Jimmy
payrolls.
and I put together $200,000 over lunch. We got that covered.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So, but we got to find some more people. But here's the problem. So, literally, people, I just can't, it's unfathomable to me how we have found ourselves in this position. That we have as many livestock producers as we have. We don't have many pig producers anymore. But the reason we don't is because we didn't do what we should have done 20 years ago. It's a shame to have as many animal producers as we have in this state and nowhere to kill and cut animals. And no one to go to help organize and train and license. Jimmy said we haven't put any money in. The Center for Rural Prosperity has put a lot of money in. I have paid lawyers. I have paid accountants. We had to bring a firm from Chicago, Illinois, to produce a HACCP plan and a food safety plan for us to run a meat cutting operation because there was nobody in state government in Georgia to help us do it. So we paid somebody to come out of Chicago to do it. We got it done.
Let me be quick to say, when we didn't put any money in it outside of this circle that
You
we're
put
talking
money
about.
in it through the money you appropriated.
Yeah,
through
you
the
put
Senate.
money, but in terms of equity investment in this operation is 0. It came out of where he could find some money and where she could find some
Yeah,
money.
let's not forget about my
Yeah,
hospital's contribution
Yeah, we're still.
we're
We've
still
done some really
contributing.
creative financing. But the bottom story is this. So we finally figured out how to do it. We found a facility we could buy, and I'm gonna be blunt with you. I won't call names, but people at the highest levels in this state told us they were gonna help us get this done.
We had all of the money and the financing set in place in May of this year.
And
with
we still ain't
guarantees
got
and
the
verbals,
money.
and we still ain't got a dime of it yet.
So 2 weeks ago, the 3 of us and one other person went to a bank and borrowed $1.9 million.
Have you ever walked into a banker that you didn't know and said, we need 1.9 million and we need it today?
And then you go home and tell your wife that you're fixing to retire, but you just now put your name on the hook for $1.9 million to buy a slaughterhouse.
To buy a slaughterhouse.
Okay? But I'm telling you, and I
It'll keep you
don't, somehow the
awake.
translation to PDF messed up. But the red counties are the counties that are currently being served, or were back in May. It's more than that now. The beige-colored counties, the state map outline is missing. The beige counties are the counties in which we have healthcare facilities where we have a contract wanting to join our collaborative to buy protein from us. And we just got the plant bought week before last. And so we're floating the payroll, trying to get the cash flow going and serve the debt for the collaborative. But the big problem is we've got the animals. We have the capacity to kill 50 to 70 cows a week and 70 hogs a week. We got people that want to produce them and sell them to us. They're waiting.
And we got a big need for cash and we can't get to it because there's 1.4 billion of it over here in ARP money that's stuck, and there's a whole bunch of other money that's
Rural
over here that's
Innovation
stuck.
Fund money,
Rural
whatever.
Innovation money, $40 million. We got a wherewithal out here to try to get this thing going, and we go into the bank and say, well, we got a good idea, and then he says, well, have you talked to your development authority? Well, when does running a slaughterhouse require going to the development authority? I'll let that lady
So-
speak to that.
So let me wrap this up. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. There are problems out there in this state, in the rural parts of the state, that involve agriculture and healthcare and community development. Okay? For 3 years, I've been doing 2 jobs. I do this job full-time, and I do the college president's job full-time. There are an infinite number of problems out there that need to be solved, that are solvable. With a little bit of creativity and a little bit of innovation, we can solve them. But there are all kinds of obstacles. There are all kinds of obstacles in the way. So we finally, after 6 months, got a commitment for $750,000 from One Georgia, which may become rural innovation money, I don't know. But we still don't have it.
What do you mean we don't have it?
We don't have it.
We don't
I
have
thought we
the
had
money.
$750,000.
Well, the $750,000 is still sitting in somebody's bank account in Atlanta, because we're still dotting I's and crossing T's and, dealing with all this stuff. And, I think what we're here to say is we're problem solvers. And there are a lot of problems out there that can be solved. But I'll capture it for you this way. So I drive to Tifton about 3 days a week. I'm living at my farm in Terrell County. And after about 6 months of going to Miller County every Friday, I wind up then going to Miller County on Monday and Wednesday and Friday, before hours, after hours. And finally my wife said to me, honey, why do you go to Miller County so much? And I said, yeah, she knew why I was going. I said, because I'm trying to buy a damn slaughterhouse.
And while he's trying to buy it, somebody tells him there ain't enough jobs to be saved there who aren't doing what you're doing.
I
Now,
got
can give you
told
some
that
really
by
crude
state
answers to
government.
that, but that's the
I
fact.
got told that by state government. So I did. So we're here to tell you, she said she doesn't take no. Well, my mother told Chancellor Errol Davis 16 years ago when he hired me as president, let me tell you, if you want to get something done, I can tell you how to get it done. Just look him in the eye and tell him he can't do it. And he'll bust wide open to get it done. We have just about got this done, but we're here to tell you we want to write a story about this. There is a story in here. But if you want to know how difficult it can be, all the way from having a development authority in Miller County that hadn't met in 5 years. Development authority had not met in 5 years. To having a development authority attorney who didn't know his
What?
bathtub from a, whatever. Okay. And people who we had to work through in state government for whom this project just didn't fit their checklist. This just ain't what we do.
But let me add to what he's taking. This is what's fixing to get critical to you as well. And that is, we worked through this project and we created this story with a private, not-for-profit that does whatever it does and on and on and on. And that's kind of the vertical project we got right here. But my bad news to tell you is this is all over the state of Georgia. The encumbrance of the regulation and what we're having to deal with here, we can go to every other community, and if you want to see a stifled rural Georgia, this is it. This is it. I mean, when we had to work with a developmental authority who looked at us like a deer in headlights and said, you want a what? We want to borrow $2.4 million and we want you to be the recipient and we'll lease it from you. And they said, you have lost your mind. And we go back to the bank president, and I got to tell you, you got to have one champion in a community besides her, And the one champion in this community is the bank president, and he got it. And the reason he got it is he could translate debt and dollars and cents to jobs and economic viability. He got it. And he fought for us when nobody else would fight for what was going on right here. But the point of this is, I can carry you, the question was raised, how are hospitals in such desperate straits? Hospitals are in desperate straits because they're having to deal with the encumbrances. But when we go to recommendations, I got some recommendations for you in terms of encumbrance that'll just make your hair curl. But it ain't rocket science. But it's these encumbrances, you just can't. I mean, we ended up borrowing money and putting together a purchase deal over here with an appraisal. Now, can you live? I mean, if you've ever been in business and bought something and you bought it on an appraisal, that's getting pretty risky. That's getting up there close to high risk management, and that's what we did. And this lady right here, she understood it in a community that has no clue what she's doing because they don't necessarily want to be in healthcare. Sorry.
We've got several questions.
Oh,
You asked
really?
Uh,
Okay.
So let's get started. Representative Bentley, do you have one? I'll let you start it off, and we'll kind of go around the table here.
Yes, sir, and I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon,
Hi.
Robin. Just want to thank you for all of your help back early this year with my husband. I really appreciate it. And she brought out, I'm Patty
Yes.
Bentley, yes.
Oh, well, I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna give you a hug, Ms. Bentley.
Didn't realize who they were.
Well, Robin, we ought to
Oh, my
thank you
God.
too, Robin. Everybody, Patty's husband was a very difficult case that needed really extensive care. And Robin came through to help Patty and runs an excellent facility there. And I sing your praises all the time when I get a chance. Thank you very much for helping Patty and for all you do for the community.
If you've never visited her facility, you need to visit and do everything you can to carry enough handkerchiefs to tear up on the way out. Because, as the chairman and others will tell you, this is Tear City. When you see what she's got going on, this is a challenge. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Cooper. I really appreciate those words, and thank you to everyone in this room for all of your support during this rough year that I had, but it's getting better. It's going to get better, so we're going to claim that. But I just question for you right quick relating to the collaborative. You mentioned about the university in Fort Valley not being able to assist in your slaughtering process.
Correct.
Because that's in my district, and that was very concerning for me to hear. So what, can you kind of elaborate a little bit more on that? And then lastly, is there any type of recruiting process for farmers to be a part of this collaborative? How would farmers in the surrounding areas in rural Georgia know about such a collaborative?
So, excellent question. So Fort Valley University, we tried for about a 6-month period of time, at least that long, trying to get them to help us. I mean, when we talk about the distribution of the protein, that was one of, and still is a bit of a hurdle for us, but that was a huge hurdle for us. We can kill the cows and process the cows or the pork, but then getting them, up to North Georgia or wherever they've got to get to can be a problem. Fort Valley.
Let me say, when she did that, and we would go to Fort Valley, the answer would be back, doesn't fit our model.
Yeah. I ended up personally buying a refrigerated truck for this collaborative so that we could move product from point A to point B. Now, our vision down the road is not about Colquitt, Georgia. Our hope is actually that after a year or two of some success, that we'll be able to invest in other plants around the state so that farmers all over has access to this, what I consider to be a wonderful program. So Fort Valley was absolutely of zero use, none whatsoever. Just absolutely non-engaged, couldn't care. There was one professor who did care. Yeah, she tried, but she couldn't break through any barriers at Fort Valley. And then your second question about how do farmers know about this and get access. So during, I think the second week of October was the Sunbelt Ag Expo. I took a week's vacation and went up to the expo, and we had already hired. I mean, we have a plant that when we bought it, it had 1 employee. We've hired 4 or 5 people now. And one of them is a livestock procurement gentleman. I went up to Fort Valley for a week, took a booth. we hired him, brought him up to Fort Valley. He took a booth, and the two of us plus even the Ag Expo advertised this program considerably. So we just marketed and recruited. He is still recruiting this. I'm a member of the Georgia Cattlemen's and Cattlewomen's Association, so we contact people. But mostly, I mean, there's plenty of beef. It's us. The wonderful thing that I think is also happening is that pork producers realize that now they can make money again raising pork. And so we are seeing people raise pork again. And that's
Word
who,
of
that's who
mouth
his
is-
effort. Yeah.
Word of mouth, are these Friday morning meetings? It's what spread it to 18, we'll get it on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
We had a meeting in our fall meeting, and we announced that to all of our hospital members. And
That's
we
right.
had, we had
Yes.
a couple of hundred people.
Animal supply is not the problem. It's this kind of animal supply that's the problem, the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
We've got orders right now. We could put 10 more people to work in that plant if we can find them.
We got a situation where she just went on the commercial retail side of this thing. There's a commercial unit on that. She's got 1,000 baskets that we got to fill an order for, and we can't find people to do it. 1,000 meat baskets. That's steak and sausage and pork and all that kind of stuff. It's there. And we hadn't even started to market it yet.
Well,
we-
and the other piece about the 1,000 baskets is that, this is not like you plant row crops or vegetables and that, and they grow and you nurture them, they grow, you harvest them, and off they can go. When you're talking about livestock, there is an entire process to it. You've got to select the animal, get it to the plant. This is a little graphic, but it's not like you just dispatch it, kill it, and sell it the next day. If you're talking about pork, and you're talking about smoked pork, smoked chops, whatever it is, it's got to sit in brine for 5 days, and then it's got to be smoked. If you're talking about cattle, it's got to hang for 5 to 7 days to 10 days. So, and then you're talking about the sheer massive weight of these animals and the amount of meat. So we've hired a group of people, but it's not enough, not to fill all the work that we've got to do, because it is very, very time consuming, labor intensive. But what we have found out, which is a blessing, is that there are people who want to come and do this kind of work. We just have to be able to write them a check. And right now, we're kind of covering some, like, that check won't beat me to the bank. Just hold on till tomorrow. I'll be back in town.
We'll get there.
And we must remember that,
Let him
she,
ask some
for
more
example, she has 2 jobs at least, and 2 jobs is she is a CEO of a 700 FTE hospital that's got the best patient system on the planet. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2 is we got a startup on top of a meat processing system that is rather consumptive of time. And she is doing both of those simultaneously. Now, that doesn't last forever, but that's where we are right now. David?
All right, Chairman Dickey, do you have one?
I'll be quick. I just texted one of my constituents that just got his small meat plant up and running Mid-South in Monroe County. And I asked, I said, Joseph, how long did it take you to get your operation going? He said it took him 4 years.
I believe it.
And we did it in less than
Yeah.
2 weeks.
And
Yeah.
he had the
2
finances.
weeks.
He was watching a physician and some other things.
Chairman
He ran
Dickey.
into roadblocks, local and state.
Because he built from scratch,
He did.
from the ground.
from
I
the
also
ground
want to
up.
say that we
But
contacted
he
them.
saw the market just like y'all are seeing it,
Mm-hmm.
and I sell it his meeting, my thing, and he needs more people and more facility now. So it's definitely a market there.
Chairman Watson, I don't want to take but just a second, but you and I need to visit about this later, because this is a real issue that we need to address in this state. We tried to address it through the center 2 years ago and made no headway. There is nowhere in this state, no one in this state, to go to and get simple answers about what you need to do to open a food processing facility, a slaughterhouse, or meat processors. It does not exist. We had to go out of state and pay people big money to come in this state, tell us how to do it. We should not be in that position.
But let me say this also, this center that he's got and the people that he has there, they have the ability to forego the regulation and find answers the regulations would otherwise stop. I got all sorts of recommendations. One of those is to fully fund in all sorts of ways what they've got going over there, because they can get stuff done outside of the regulatory process, and that's the only reason we got this done.
Chairman Cooper, did you have something?
We had the same problem a few years ago when we tried to start taking back good medicine from pharmacies and so forth that was not being used and still good, and getting it to people in need across our state. We had to go change the law, rescind the law, and go back and do it with a private entity. It seemed to come from inside, from lower bureaucrats. And what I'm wondering is this coming from the top, or is it the lower bureaucrats down in the system? That's the first question. And the second is, do you have specific things, have you written down specific things that need to be changed or are in our purview to change that would help us?
If I may,
Or
Madam
help
Chairman,
you, not me.
I'd
but-
like to read again. Be blunt, frank, candid, and brutally honest in your presentation. Dr. Bridges, you got any thought on that?
There's going to be a discussion later about authorities
Yeah.
and training and regulation. And Jimmy and I talked about playing the good cop, bad cop. He was
gonna be the good cop.
He
and the
was
bad.
going to be the good cop, and I was going to be the bad cop. And after we met 2 or 3 times on this, we decided, damn, this is looking like the bad cop and the worst cop. It is true that we have people at local levels who do not know what to do, development authorities, etc. That is without a doubt true. But we also have people in state agencies that have local people that some of them have a good heart and want to do good for the communities that they work in. Some of them really do. But at the state level, the programs are so structured, so inflexible, so unaware of what the real situation is at the local level that you just can't get anywhere, Chairman Cooper. And I akin it to this. I've been in higher education for 45 years, and I've always had faculty who would say to me, we just need to admit better students. We get a whole lot better students, and we'll have a whole lot better success and whatever. And what I say to them is, no, that is not the right approach. The approach is to wish you got better students, but accept the students that you get, where you get them, and take them where you need to take them. That is the approach that we need in rural Georgia, and I know I'm probably getting text already because I got them in September from some certain people. That is the problem in rural Georgia. We do not have structure in place in the state, at the state level, that understands the unique needs of true rural counties. And I am not talking about counties with the populations of 50,000 to 500,000. That's absurd. I'm talking about counties with populations of 5 to 20,000 people. And in our last round of ARP proposals, and the center submitted about $60 million worth of proposals, we submitted proposals on behalf of counties with fewer than 15,000 people. We said if they got more than 15,000, we're not going to really look at them, because it's these people at the lowest end that need to help the worst, and there is no capacity local, to your point, to do it, but there is no structure at the top to help them either. So they're lost.
But before you retire, go away and just, kill cattle. Do you have concrete, suggestions that you can give of something we can do to change that?
Well, Chairman, where's Corbett? Where is he? He made a statement at the September meeting that I think is probably one of the most appropriate statements I've heard. And I've been going to these hearings since 2017. You said, and I believe this is true, we need single point accountability for what happens in rural Georgia. Okay? We need a head coach. We need somebody who can command and call. And if you read the bill that y'all passed in 2018, it says that people are supposed, in state government, are supposed to collaborate with us. Well, I got here to tell you that ain't happening. Okay?
We have people, and this is going to be bad, but we have people who believe fully that rural can best be defined by stopping at the last gas station on 75 going into Florida.
Going into
That's
Florida.
their understanding of rural.
And I'll give you, and I don't want, Chairman Watson, I don't want this to turn into a complaint session, but I'll give you this as an example. An example. When you define, the General Assembly passed at the governor's recommendation and with the approval of the governor, a Rural Innovation Fund, put $40 million in it. We finally got the regs. They're no different than the regs for the Edge and Equity Fund in One Georgia. They're basically the same regs. We had a hearing. I was the only human being that testified. Chairman England listened. I raised a complaint that rural had been defined as any county with fewer than 50,000 people, or contingently any county that had up to 500,000 people, as long as it was adjacent to a county with 50,000 people. Now, I hate to tell you folks, but I was born in Randolph County, live in Terrell County. 50,000 ain't rural, and 500,000 sure ain't.
And 50,000 was defined as rural specifically for a funding source that doesn't help rural as such.
Virgo, you want to?
Wow, that's gonna be hard to follow up. I will tell you, so I did listen on the way in. I think Jimmy thinks brief and succinct means talking fast. I thought the Holy Spirit had come down and he
I
was
had to follow
speaking in
him.
tongues on the way in. I was trying to pick it up and it was tough. But experience is the best teacher. Honestly, it is. So as Dr. Bridges, you're talking about co-ops, and I looked for the better part of a year one time in starting a co-op. And it didn't take a whole year to realize that framework just doesn't work in today. So I spent time looking at that. I thank y'all for the innovation. The you don't know what you don't know until you get involved in it, and y'all know that now. Thank you for what you've done. The question I'm going to ask, I would like answered offline later, if you will, because these
Time
good
is of essence.
apple pies are going to waste until we get to them. Because I would like to know specifics, because y'all have walked in the very uncomfortable shoes in starting these innovative ways of providing vegetables, for providing protein in hospital settings, linking consumers with producers, value added. And I would like to use the experience that y'all have suffered through of what we could do. We've talked that before. Answer offline when we have supper tonight and later on. What we can do as a state to help eliminate some of these. You've identified obstacles. You've identified barriers. You've identified the things in your experience in doing this. And we would like to piggyback on that and use that to make this state better. So if we could offline and later on, if we could find those barriers that you found that we can improve on, and not just to better what y'all have already done, but perhaps replicate it across the state in some other areas. So that's what I would like to have offline, not now. Thank you.
All right. Chairman Taylor.
Just a couple of questions. I think it's a great idea, and it's too bad we didn't think of it sooner, because it has been needed. But what are you getting, because you're a nonprofit, where are profits that are processing meat? Have they come to you, and has there been any problem or competition with that?
Well, prayerfully, I'm going to hope that there are profits, because right now it's running majorly in the red. I'm going to rely on Mr. David to help me with that, but anyway, so I mean, we're operating negatively right now in 2 weeks, which most businesses would. I mean,
Yeah, remember now, we're less than a month into this operation.
No,
and
I
it's up and running.
I've made I think tomorrow will be our third payroll, and we pay the staff weekly. So, but the intention is to share at least 50% of the profits back with each of the healthcare organizations. Now, that's our intention at this point, is to secure 50% to put back into acquiring other plants or improving this plant. Nobody makes any money out of this other than the farmer and the employees that, and by the way, the average salary right now is $18 an hour in that plant, which is a good salary in a rural area. Gerald, you might know some people who could help me out and send them my way, please.
Yeah, let me be quick to point out, because this was a question that was raised in the financing part. Which one of you are making the money?
None of us.
I'm not thinking you're
Yeah.
making
No, I
money.
understand,
I'm
but the
worried about
question was, which
Cisco.
one of you are making the money to
Is
us?
Cisco gonna
And it's
continue to-
zero. None of us are making a dollar
Well,
on
I
either.
get that. What
Yes.
I'm worried is what competition, what about the for-profit meat processors? What are they gonna say?
Chairman Cooper, we went to every
White
one
Oak.
of them and tried to get them to kill
Oh.
animals for us. And here's the problem. There's no extra capacity. There's no extra capacity. I won't name the ones we went to, but some of them have already been named. We went to all of them. We did not want to own a processing plant.
Probably
We-
still don't.
We begged we still don't want to own
Yeah.
it. We begged other people to kill animals for us. The problem is that most of these places, with a few rare exceptions, do primarily custom kill.
Yes.
And most of them are owned by people, they're multi-generational family businesses that the next generation doesn't want to ruin. It's like one gentleman told me, I'm killing 100% more animals a week than I want to kill, but I don't want to turn my customers that I've had for 50 years away. So I don't think we're going to hear that problem, and I have already had conversations with people in 2 other areas of the state. One which is a private, small kill facility, slaughterhouse, that would like to grow, that a young couple owns, and we're going to be talking with them about doing processing for us in another part of the state. So I don't think the locally owned people are going to complain.
I
But
know
to
what
your
you're saying. What
point,
I'm concerned about
White-
is Cisco's still gonna deliver you other things. And
Yes,
what
ma'am.
I'm vaguely familiar, I was familiar with Sunnyland Foods, and I've been on the cut and kill floor. I get it. I understand the process. They're not there anymore, so our hog farmers went away. This is something that's wonderful. It's gonna help everybody. I just worry about the competition, and will you be selling to other than yourselves, the hospitals? Can you reach our school systems? They've gotta be going through the same problem.
We absolutely hope to reach the school systems, but let me address White Oaks. We're not competing with White Oaks. We're not even competing with any of the other slaughter plants. Yeah, Jones Meat Plant, which is in Wiggum, they're personal friends of mine. So we're not competing with anybody else. This is just a totally different market that we're opening up.
This
Right, the mo-
hospital,
is the
this
model-
hospital market and the nursing home market has been an unfound market up to this point in time.
Okay, that's what I'm looking, I think it's a great idea. I don't see why it won't work. It's-
It will work.
Yeah.
The only thing that is truly lacking right now is cash. I mean, we have a lot of debt. There's a lot of work for us to do. We know that we can do it. We know that we can secure the staff to do it. It'll take us a little bit of time to train people. To David's point earlier on, I don't know if anyone got it, but even to develop a school for this. Meat cutters, when I was a young woman, Amalgamated Meat Cutters was a huge union. They're gone. And so all of this is really a dead art form that there's only a handful of people who really can do it and then teach it, be a great course of study. But Cisco, they're still going to continue doing what it is that they're doing. I've been selling through this collaborative before this was formed. I've been selling beef to hospitals and a bunch of nursing homes since 2019. We've been doing this now for 2 years. It's just this piece of it that has just formed.
Again, this is an unfound market up to this point in time, and suddenly when it started to bloom and blossom, we could see what the real opportunity is. Now we just got to take those little pieces called cash and such as to get the.
But we do
yeah.
want to get into the school systems because they've got the same issue. And I want to clarify one thing because people think because I am the hospital CEO and I'm also a livestock producer that I've got a lot of skin in this game. Let me clarify that. That answer is absolutely no. I mean, of the animals, the 18 animals that we've killed in the course of the past 2 weeks, one animal came from my farm, and it's because it was really the only prime animal that was available. The other 7 came from other farms, most of which were even outside of Miller County, Georgia. So to Patty's question about how do people find out, we're finding them just as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Williams, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'm really coming to Miller County. I've got to see this operation.
Okay.
But what you all have
Please.
said has proven something that's not popular among politicians and never said publicly. Now, we know regulations are a problem, but I spent the other life before I, decided I didn't want to make any money and got elected to the legislature. I was I was working for 2 major consulting firms. One was international, all over the world. We did many surveys and we found out. We know regulations are terrible. We know that. But we also know that it is a great thing to hide behind when you're incompetent. The problem is management. Folk who don't do good.
Amen.
Folk who don't do good
Including
blame
in
it on
healthcare.
somebody else. And good managers can make it in bad times. Bad managers can't make it when money's falling out the ceiling. And with the bureaucracy, as a representative here, I've gone through hell and high water, excuse the expression, with a niece who needs to get into a program in Georgia, and the bureaucrats at the bottom of the ladder has it so greased. I told them, this happens to me. There's no way in the world average Georgian can get anything.
Mm-hmm.
But management. It wasn't government that sent all of our butchering plants to Chicago and other places when you got the worst regulations in the world.
Right.
Something happened and slipped, and we decided to blame it on regulations. We need to look into that. Thank you all for starting this, because you can certainly help eliminate the biggest lie, second biggest lie ever told in Georgia.
Can I make one other fast comment? As I talked about morphing healthcare and doing something different with the food chain, in my long-term care facilities, we probably 60% of our patients that are in our long-term care facilities are minorities. And yet, what we offer for food choices to them is beef and pork. Now, we all love that meat. But many of my minority residents and patients also eat goat. And yet, you can't get that on a Cisco menu for all the tea in China. Goat.
I love it too. It's great
yeah.
stuff.
And many of them, many of the ask, and this may be a little far out there, but there are many producers of goat and lamb in Georgia. And many of my patients ask for that kind of meat routinely, and yet you cannot get that through any of the large distributors. So that's another opportunity that we want to roll out to
All right, let's break.
our farmers.
Chairman Jaspers, you want to
Just
go ahead?
thank you.
and
Just
have
real
this-
quick, members, this is what we're here for. When Chairman England talked to me about this months ago, it was the best thing I'd ever heard. And, we see that what we've got against us. I know Jimmy's going to give us some bold challenges for us to do. Take some time during our break and this evening to talk to him about them, because, we would love to see this happen and spread. And you guys are visionaries. We love you and appreciate you. But it's an opportunity, guys, and we need to really push it. And I just appreciate you, Chairman England. You've heard his name many times here, just being the backbone or somebody that y'all can depend on. And I sure appreciate what you do.
I'll say this with his respect, on more occasions than one, he's listened for an hour for what we're going through and offered the consolation that there's a better place on the other side of this one. Thank you.
Good deal.
And I'll echo that as well. He's had to listen to a lot of screaming and hollering and cussing by Bridges and Lewis. He's taking it pretty well.
One more, Patty, and then I'm going to close this up with a comment.
Just one more. Back to Miller County Hospital. Am I correct in saying, in the state of Georgia, your facility has a ventilator unit? On the
Yes.
nursing home side
And the hospital.
and the hospital. Also, aren't you the only facility in the state of Georgia, am I correct in saying, that has the capability of caring for patients on a ventilator and dialysis?
Yes.
She's the only one in the state. So if you, and this is right, this is a mighty big state, and she's all the way down in Miller County. So if you're here in Blue Ridge and you get sick and have to be on a ventilator along with dialysis, you're gonna go all the way to Miller County, Georgia.
Few east of the Mississippi that has that capability. Maybe what?
Well,
one or two?
there's a reason why nobody else will get into this book of business too, Miss Bentley, and it's because it is sad. It can be very rewarding, but it is very, very sad work to do, and it's extremely costly. We lose money every time as an organization, every time we take a patient like that into the facility, which is why some people have, nobody else is willing to do it but us.
And that's why I wanted to bring that point out, so we can consider as we prepare for the budget of how we can help your.
Despite my
your
request to
hospital.
Chairman England to help that out, and to DCH, it hasn't rendered anything yet. But
So I just wanted to bring that out, because I know, yeah.
uh-huh.
Chairman England.
Just to set the record
By the way.
straight.
Well, let me close this out, and I'll just want to say, Robin, if you need some goats, I've got some great show goats that I'd be glad to get rid of that I'm tired of feeding. But
Well, I have patients who would love to eat them. Yes.
and then just the second thing, I have beef, and we're doing some processing and working with some people, and what we found out in our short time as well is we get rid of the steaks in the first hour that we put things on sale, and we get hung with the ground beef and some of the offcuts. So if those are other opportunities where we can work with y'all, or you just take it off our hands.
And you see, that's the plus here, because that's what healthcare eats. We've got
Yep.
to, yeah.
Yep.
The hospitals buy ground beef, stew beef, and maybe a little cube steak.
Uh-huh.
Right, right.
We buy ground beef by the pickup truckload. It's unbelievable how much nursing homes and hospitals consume in ground beef.
It's also amazing, we're supposed to be health conscious.
Right.
It's stunning to look at the tonnage of sausage and bacon that we can sell.
Right.
It is unbelievable to hospitals.
Right, right. Well, and then the same on the vegetables too. Be glad to help y'all however we need to going forward with whatever, whether it be regulations or logistics or whatever we need to do. So
How about all of it? Come on, come visit.
Yep. Okay, we'll do. We're gonna take a 10-minute break, Chairman Jaspers, and come on back. Thank you.
because Tim told me to do all
If I could get everybody's attention here, we're going.
I said, I'm just going to take a look at him. Beard goes, no, that's not
Yeah.
a good idea. He's pissed. I'm like, that's why I'm going.
If we could, if everybody could come on in and start getting toward your seat.
What's the name of that show?
I don't know who we got out there to haul.
We had a couple of trucks.
If we could all kind of settle down to a dull roar. I see one presenter. Up there, Dr. Bridges. Jimmy, you need Dr. Bridges to get started, or he's supposed to play a role in the next presentation here. You ready to? Okay, she's on this panel as well? Okay, yep. Oh, yeah. Round two. Dr. Bridges, come on down. We're running a little behind schedule, but that's okay.
I'll let you do the intro again on this one. And I'll take it and give it to Ron.
Yep. Y'all ready? All right. Well, we're gonna get started back here, and I'm gonna turn the floor back over. We've heard some of your frustrations already, and I feel like maybe there's some more to come. So just lay it on us, Dr. Bridges.
I know what we're going to try to do. Let's try to. What's our time here?
So we've got until 3:50.
All right. So I think a very productive way to go about this is for us to limit our opening remarks and then take a lot of questions. So Jimmy's got some prepared. We had a long conversation, and I guess it kind of sort of organically emerged from, and I know this is a touchy subject to bring up, but required training for hospital authorities. And, it's clear and obvious to us, those of us who work in small communities, and it probably happens in the larger ones as well, but that we often encounter communities where we really don't have anybody to work with. So, it's just the way it is. And Department of Community Affairs runs into the same problem. Department of Economic Development runs into the same problem. Some communities just don't have the resources, whether it's people, whether it's money, interest. Some are, I don't like to use the term, but some are just really depressed about what's going on in their community and their situation. And there are some communities that I travel through every week this year, during the year that, for a guy who grew up in an extremely rural county, graduated with 16 other people in his high school class, it even makes me depressed to ride through some of these communities and see what's happening. So the question came up was, is the fact that we've got all these authorities. We got county development authorities, we got regional development authorities, we got transportation authorities, we got hospital authorities, we got, what am I missing? DDAs, downtown development authorities, water and sewer, all kinds of authorities. And quite often we find out that, excuse me, no, I don't have COVID. I've been tested 3 times in the last 3 days. I've had strep throat, so my throat's bothering me.
He's infested with a mysterious disease.
Yeah. The question came up was, could we get more done? Is the fact that we do not have well-trained people at the local level, back to Chairman Cooper's question, is that an obstacle? And we've been talking about this for several weeks. And so Jimmy and I decided last week that he was going to get up and talk in favor of possibly moving in a direction of requiring some sort of training. And I have, when you drive 50, 60,000 miles a year, you have a lot of road time to think. And I got to thinking about the point of be careful of what you ask for. And it occurred to me that, okay, well, a hospital, let's say, you got hospital authority that's not well trained. You put into place a requirement for training. Most communities, if you got somebody on an existing hospital authority who doesn't want to go to the trouble to get trained, they'll quit. But most communities will find somebody to keep their hospital open. They'll find somebody who's willing to do it. But what happens in a really small rural community when you go start and you say, let's just say development authorities, you got to get trained to be eligible for blah, 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 blah. I can just imagine going in maybe my home county and trying to recruit somebody to, to do that. And I'd say, come on, please sign up for this and get the training and whatever. They're already overworked because, if you want to get a job done well, find a busy person to do it, and you go ask them to do it. Well, they're going to probably say, well, what has our development authority done for us in the last 5 years? Well, they haven't met in 5 years. Oh, wait a minute now. You want me to go off somewhere and get trained and whatever when there's no record of no, I'm not going to do it. So my thought initially was be careful. So Jimmy and I talked about, okay, Jimmy, you get up and give all the good reasons why training would be great. We'll play good cop, bad cop, and then I'll get up and say, well, but you better think about what you're asking for, because you could wind up with communities across the state that are completely ineligible for any state assistance because they don't have trained authority people. So as we reflected on it, and Jimmy's going to talk about that some more, as we reflected on it, at least I, and I think Jimmy and Robin and some other folks we talked to about it, there are organizations like our center, and you'll see, and there are examples of projects in here where exactly that happened. If you look in here, there's a report on a project for Harrison Poultry Company. They relocated their trucking and milling operation from Bear County to Tolliver County. They had tried every which way in the world to get some help and had been turned down. The reason they got turned down was because they did not have a feasibility and an economic impact study to show what would be the impact. So our center, did the study, gave it to the Tolliver County Development Authority. They didn't have the capacity to do it. Within 48 hours, it was in the governor's office, and they got their grant and their tax credits, and now they've built a $300 million feed mill facility in Tolliver County. And whose district is that in? Anybody? No, not anybody in here. Not in here. Is that Trey Rhodes? That's Trey Rhodes district. So, and so the bottom line is they had gotten turned down because they didn't have anybody to do the background work to get it. We did the study. We gave it to the Development Authority. Literally within a week, they had their money. They had the tax credits or whatever. And I got a call recently from the mayor of Crawfordville who said, I just wanted to call you and tell you the people over here in Crawfordville are ecstatic. Now, how many of y'all know where Crawfordville is? It's pretty small. And I said, so what are the people in Crawfordville ecstatic about? I thought he was going to tell me about the new $300 million feed mill and the trucking center and the jobs and the whatever. And he said, I can't believe I'm going to say this. He said, because we got this feed mill and trucking operation, we got a Dollar General. We got a Dollar General. And I said, well, okay. That wasn't. The mall. That is, you're right, Chairman England. They call it the mall. That tells you how little. That tells you how little is going on in Crawfordville. I say all that to tell you, there's some of these, there's some of these communities that we probably can't help, but there are a lot of them that we can. But if we put more burden on them, I don't know what that's going to accomplish. And I would assert to you, and I'll save my closing remark for when Jimmy gets through. I have another point to make about that, but I'm turning it over to Jimmy and Robin and whomever and let them make their comments. So go at it, Jimmy.
All right, so we got in the middle of this thing called financing. for this project that we got, that we're going on, and we started to learn things like, what's your debt structure? What is your debt structure, and how are you gonna service your debt? And we listen to all sorts, and if you talk to the Development Authority, the what? The Development Authority, have you talked to the Development Authority about what? Well, how are you gonna finance this? You gonna finance this through whom, and what's the part? So we got into the subject matter of authorities. And from our standpoint, we're extremely familiar with authorities. Gene, you're in here somewhere. Dr. Summer, we're involved in authorities because we got involved in hospital authorities about 2 or 3 years ago to enhance the authority position educationally, to require everybody that's a hospital authority person to be a board member to be educated. But when we got into the situation with the Development Authority here, we can see the exact same thing happening. I mean, if you hadn't had a meeting in 5 years, and the only reason you had a meeting then so you could get a stake, once a year, that kind of thing, we got to asking the question, well, what does it take to get people in authority positions to understand what their position is? So then we got to asking the question, well, what do they really need to know, or what do they need to be aware of? I want to show you some things from a healthcare perspective and an economic development perspective that's extremely important, because herein then becomes some recommendations for you to think about. Okay, so again, we're in a developmental authority position, and we're trying to learn what we need to know, because she happens to run a little operation over there that's 710 or 15 FTEs and is a big deal, and they need to be involved in her issues. These are some of her issues, and I want to propose to you to think very carefully, because I tried to identify the largest issues that, if adopted, could be the greatest impact on what goes on in a rural hospital. The first one is collaborative platforms. That's all of what we've just talked about. Getting hospitals to work in collaborative platforms, just like what we're doing, and many other things. When we were in the middle of the pandemic, one example of a collaborative platform was really unique. I was talking with a group of CEOs, and they said, hang on just a minute, whoop, whoop, whoop. John's calling me. John, I said, what the hell are you doing? He said, John's right here on the text message. I said, so what are your text messages? He said, there's 10 of us on a text message network, and we're in constant communication all the while. That's a collaborative platform, and they basically put all of their assets in one pool on that, and they moved on it, and they made it work. Collaborative platforms are everywhere, and they don't require a lot of capital, as we've just identified. We are this far into it, and we don't have any, in quote, capital as such invested in the development of this network and what we're about to do. Now, there'll be time where there'll be some capital required, but we've been able to get this for 2 revenue sources for hospitals: vegetables over here, meats over here, and hadn't had to spend any dollars. We come to the point of purchasing a facility, and we are basically purchasing a facility OPM. You know what it is? Other people's money. And we figured out how to do that with the guidance of people who are financier types, whether it be bankers and or whatever. So, okay, so collaborative platforms. The next one for you to consider is, about 5 years ago, you considered the tax credit program, and then the feds played with it a little bit, screwed it up, and it kind of lost a little bit of its wind. It doesn't need to lose its wind. We need to go from whatever it is, a $60 million program to a $100 million program. This is the cleanest use of money I've found anywhere. And when I say cleanest use, I'm talking about commissions, money movement, or anything like that. This money, we went from $60 to $100 million, and we use donors to supply this money, this is money that goes straight into the use in the hospitals for utilization there. And basically what you can think of it is offsetting 30 years of lost depreciation. Fund phase 6, or whatever the number is, of rural hospital stabilization with less bureaucracy, and grant $3 million or whatever it is. To the chairman and others who supported, and we are 5 years into this program. This program has enough value that she just had, and we just had some serious international people to fly in to look at this, to figure out all of what it's about. If you'll remember, this was from the chairman of your funding, $3 million a year for like $5 million to go to the State Office of Rural Health to find projects to improve sustainability. This is excellent money. It doesn't cost anything to do it. All it does is take $100 million instead of $60 million and move it over to the hospitals, and they have to go out and work to get it. This is the name of the game. How about yourself on that one? You heavy into that?
Sure.
Yeah. So the nature of it is, when they do that, they are enhancing the viability of the hospital. So this is just a simple vote. This next one will blow your mind. This is insurance parity between urban and rural. By the way, as you can well tell, I'm all about rural. The urbans can take care of themselves. The reason to discuss parity between urban and rural is because if you look at the payment systems between urban and rural hospitals, you'll find that there's a significant difference usually over here. We've got to work with the insurers to understand that they've got to save the rural hospitals through their parity. And anytime we get them involved in the discussion of contracts and negotiations to achieve parity, when you bring the parity in the rural hospital up, that's improving their bottom line so they can survive. From our standpoint, Hometown, we work with insurers at least once a week in this, and what we've learned in identifying the parity that's necessary here is unbelievable. And you'd say, well, that's not a big deal. You know, a 1 cent difference on a parity in a contract can be a lot of money. And that's what we've got to find here. So insurance parity between urban and rural. The next one is very generic. Philanthropic financing, local development, standardized portal for upcoming CMOs and all that stuff. So here's what this means. Everybody familiar, we have care management organizations. We have 3 in the state of Georgia. Everybody knows that? Is everybody aware that those 3 systems that we use are basically totally non-standard? And we got 3 different portals that require totally different reimbursement entries into the portal. We've got hospitals that have business offices that have 3 to 5 people in the business office to do nothing but handle this craziness with respect to, and we as a state embrace and empower the contractual process to introduce more non-standardization. It's nuts. I mean, if you could see what we're doing, and this goes to, how did this happen? This happened because we as a state allowed it to happen. And we allowed it to happen because we didn't get into, at the state level, all of this stuff to prevent the portal problem. If we cleaned up the portal problem, there's just no telling how much money we could save for the state to achieve the benefits of this. This is big time stuff. The next one is, I'm off in territory here, so okay, I was blunt. You said be blunt. Let me read that again. Be blunt. All right, so here goes. About 200. Everybody he does, he's got a problem. What's yours? 50 million or 70 million? Okay, so we, Hometown, on behalf of 39 hospitals, put together a proposal, an RFP for $259 million, $250 million for ARP money. This was started back early in the year, and it was to be distributed, and they said, no, we're going to wait and distribute it. So we got $250 million for hospitals that, when approved, is basically an immediate infusion of depreciation and recovery for those hospitals. And we're sitting there with the problem with the hospitals, can't make payroll sometimes, can't recover, and we got money sitting here in the bucket. I mean, how is it we got that? And this is not the only one. We can say 250 million ARP for hospitals. He's got 50 or 60 million over there. We got 40 million in a bucket. You know, we got more money than we know what to do with, and we can't figure out what to do with it. It's the craziest thing we've got going.
Let me
Yep.
add on that. We've got 22 that we know of. We don't know how many there are because we cut it off at 22. We have 22 very small communities that have block development grants for sewer and water improvements that the awards now, because of cost increases, are insufficient to cover the cost of the project, so they're just not doing them. So we submitted requests for ARP money to bridge the gap. Same situation. Problem, the state has awarded money ostensibly to fix the water and sewer system, but because of the rise in cost, and they don't have other sources of revenue, they just say, we can't do the project. So that's another example of where we've got real problems out there, and there's money sitting out that could fix this.
This
but
is
we haven't
lifeblood money.
fixed it.
I mean, this is lifeblood money for rural hospitals and rural communities to have this to come in and have to deal with it. This is big time stuff. The fact that we got cash sitting there and we can't figure out how to check the box to get to the next step. Okay, the next one is one that's interesting, and this goes to Dr. Bridges here. He and I were talking, riding around on Robbins. We've ridden around on her farm a number of times, but we were talking about stuff. And I had a call from a guy who was a former, what is it, Chicago Board of Trade, something anyhow. Rather well,
Cotton Exchange.
rather well-heeled individual. He called me up one day and he said, I hear that you're in the hospitals and healthcare and all that kind of stuff. And I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I've got something for you. He said, I've got the proper people in a network worldwide that are prepared to come to the state of Georgia and create a technological cluster for the reintroduction of cotton into the state of Georgia. So we presented that bad boy, and it still ain't got off the ground. I mean, you know, you got to have a listening ear, and you got to be able to understand and translate. And that project right there, right now, we had one $80 million project where we had the $80 million in the hand that we could have worked with it. If we could have moved it through, we couldn't move it through. Reshoring cotton is what would replace all the cut and sews that left rural Georgia 30 years ago.
There's a report in your report. We did the pilot. We proved it could be done.
We're not good. And we've got the most
get it.
technologically proficient cotton gin on the planet at ABAC sitting still doing nothing.
It's at UGA, and ain't it ABAC?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, UGA. Okay, so that to know. At the same time, we were riding around on Robin's farm, and we were talking about uses for his foundation and the dollars and cents. Another one came up, and we had a very, very, very large, who are they? They're a chemical company, okay, for the lack of better, they're a chemical company. And they have developed a product, and it's been certified. He knows all about it. We've gone to bat for it. We can treat scrubs with this microbial antiviral product, and it'll kill the virus, COVID and the like, okay? What it took to get a project through the process to get scrubs in 16 hospitals is unthinkable. We could have rebuilt several battleships for what it took to get somebody. Now, we have that, and you as a legislature saw the person who owns the company back in the session when you heard about, Stephen over at
Hawkins.
Yeah, Stephen Hawkins. They got the microbial scrubs, and we got the pilots into the hospitals. But what it took to get that, we wasted months in getting it through the process. All right, so the next one.
But to wrap it up, we bought cotton from Georgia farmers.
Yeah.
We spun yarn in Georgia. We did have to go across the line in North Carolina because we don't have a weaver or a knitter in the state anymore. We had to go across into North Carolina to get the cloth woven or knitted. And then we brought it back to Swainsboro, Georgia, and made all cotton scrubs. And through the generous support of Delta Pine, BASF, Helena, and Nutrien, we provided 16 hospitals in Georgia, all cotton antimicrobial scrubs, free of charge for a year. And we proved that we could, we can buy Georgia cotton from Georgia farmers and do something, add value to it. And we paid those Georgia farmers a premium for the cotton that went in those scrubs.
So what is important to
And they're launderable and reusable and retain their antimicrobial function.
So the point of this is where we may have been letting rural hospitals and healthcare sit and be a provider only, they are a revenue stream generating operation of the highest order. You want to do foodstuffs, you want to do scrubs, what do you want to do? And that's what, and I'll assume much of the responsibility for not having done all of this because it's taken a while to get it through the process. But this is big time stuff. I mean, you put this in 16, we've got people internationally looking at what will be the outcome of this in all of our hospitals. All right, the next one gets me in trouble, so hang on, Madam Chairman. Relax the scope of services as in nurses, LPNs, as from the pandemic. All right, everybody love me for that, but the simple fact of the matter is if we've got such a shortage, skill set shortage in so many different areas, as for example, we got a skill set shortage in cutting beef. We've got to find a way to do this and to use this because there's going to be another pandemic. Whatever this relaxation is, we need to have a study to determine how to do this and to move forward with it. The next one is funded education for technical people to keep local. For example, Miller and Andrew College. And there's two parts to this I want to discuss. Robin, if you will, tell us about what you do with Cuthbert. This is absolutely amazing now. This is not a budgeted line item, but you need to hear what she's done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so in Miller County, the 700 employees that we've got working for us, taking care of these ventilator patients, they didn't come naturally. Many of them we had to create. So about 7 years ago, I approached the president of Andrew College and proposed to her that Miller County Hospital would help fund a New Start RN program at what had been typically a agricultural university, and started a new RN program at Andrew College. Now, the commitment was, once we got that program started, that we would move on to a respiratory therapy program. And after that was done, we would move into a laboratory program. So each year, Miller County Hospital has been funding the program at Andrew College, and we're the great recipient of the nurses and respiratory therapists. Understand, this was a byproduct of an article that I read that Chairman England and Gerald Green were quoted in as they drove through Clay County. And the poverty in Clay County, the lack of education, the lack of hope, etc. And so Miller County provided hope for many of the young people. They come out of that program and earn at minimum salary of $48,000 a year after a year and a half of education. So that's a program at Andrew College. Now we're about to start another one with South Georgia Academy, which is a private academy not far from Miller County Hospital, where we are building or helping to build a laboratory and science lab for those children. It's a conduit for our workforce. That's all it is for me, and hope where oftentimes there is no hope for these young people.
And to that point, you got the same program or a similar program where you educate, train, and serve as the conduit as well.
Right.
Now, there's a theme that starts to evolve through here, and you should be catching on pretty well. And again, I read this, it says be blunt, talk to whatever, so I'm going to be blunt again. Success lies not in government, period. If you got to rely on the government functions to do what we're talking about right here, you're dead meat. It just doesn't work. It's got to be coming out of the private sector with what he's doing. Talk to him about the approach that you have given to plantation owners about technical development. This is pretty amazing now.
Well, the problem is, it's a good thing I'm retiring.
I'm not.
This state has not had a comprehensive education strategy from pre-K to graduate school in my life. There is no comprehensive education strategy, period. I told that to the last two governors. We do not have a strategy. So what has happened is we have evolved into a system where we have very blurred lines of mission in education. In fact, those lines have become so wide now that we don't even call them lines. So I use as an example, the taxpayers of this state pay for the same function over and over and over again and don't get a good result. So, we pay for K through 12 education. We pay for a virtual school system that nobody even realized until the pandemic existed, and we still replicated it, I don't know how many times across the state, but we have it. We have a dual enrollment program in both the TCSG and the USG. And we have the TCSG and we have the USG. How many, what is the principal mission of each? And we still have vast areas where we have a serious workforce problem. I know we've talked about this before because I talked about it 2 years ago at a meeting was asked to talk about it. We have a serious workforce problem. The truth is, Mike Rose got it right. Everybody doesn't need a college education. So I began hearing, and I understand they visited with state leadership and some other folks. I began hearing about a year and a half ago from large farm operations, some of the plantations in the Thomasville, Albany area in particular, that they just simply could not find workforce to work. Had a conversation with them. What they're looking for is not necessarily, Because of the technological advancements, these large operations need college-trained people in middle-level management. But you cannot put a totally unskilled worker in a $900,000 cotton picker. I'm telling you, you can't do it. I ran a cotton picker this weekend. Did you run one this weekend?
Thursday night I finished. No, not this weekend.
You can't do it. I mean, there has to be some level of skill and training. The question is, where do they get it? Many of these people are not going to come to ABAC or go to the University of Georgia. And frankly, they're not going to go to the technical college because the technical college probably doesn't offer really what they need to have. And so, you know, Robin has taken it upon herself to, you know, we got Andrew College that needs help, needs some uplifting help. I mean, I'll be honest with you, my ABAC nursing people, when they heard that Andrew College was opening a nursing program, they went ballistic. I said, oh, sit down and be quiet. The kids that are going to go to the Andrew nursing program are not coming here or going anywhere else. And God only knows we need the nurses. You know, let them train their 20 a year, whatever it is. We need them. But the truth is, we need an alternative private sector apprentice program to help educate the workforce. And I will give you an example. It's very unpopular what I have to say. Every time I say it, I hear about it from the TCSG commissioner and everybody else. But I have worked with a small manufacturing plant in South Georgia that's been there for 75 years. They do a great job of what they do. They turned down contracts this past year because the contracts were from the airline industry for the production of some equipment, and there was liquidated damages in the contract. In other words, if you don't produce X number of units of this item by a certain time, you pay us damages. They couldn't afford to do that. They couldn't find the workforce. But for what they do, they build peanut dryers, peanut wagons, peanut trucks, et cetera, et cetera. You know, they got people working in that plant that have been working there 45 years. There's nobody better to train the next generation of welders and fabricators than the man or woman who's been doing it for 40, 45 years. And we simply need to provide some incentives, whether it be tax credits or assistance or whatever. They can train the next generation of people to work in that plant. They're going to lose some productivity while they're training, but that's the nature of hospital clinicals and everything else. But there are people out there who do want to work. There are a lot that don't. But there are people out there who do want to work that do not have the requisite skills, you know, to do it. And you can train them in a short period of time. There's just no platform for doing it. Robin's trying to deal with that on her own in healthcare. And I can tell you, Jimmy and I and some others in this room have had conversations with several hospital groups. There are numerous hospitals in this state right now. Hospitals, large hospitals that would like to pursue going back to the old diploma program days where we actually trained the LPNs and RNs in the hospital because they think they can do it more efficiently and more effectively and get better outcomes. But that's not going to happen right now.
So the point is, we have seen, and you hear the theme, privatization is a real thing. We can do better privately than the government can because of the lag in the dollars and the budget and the uncertainty that goes with it, and we got to figure out a way to do that. Oh, then, for example, let's go down to the next one. We've talked about it already. The DCA slowed down in $750,000 worth of grant for Premium Georgia Meats. So we were assured in May that we had the money, all was good to go. Everything was good, we fit it into our budget, our capital plan for this particular meat. And when was the last time you got the money? Oh, really?
We still don't have it.
We still don't have it. We've been promised the money, and it's been sitting over there in a check the box category, $750,000. Now, just to put it into perspective, the $750,000 is a 3-part of the mosaic of financing Georgia Premium Meats. Okay, We got $450,000 from a foundation here, cash in the bucket over there, a promise of $750,000 over here, and then when we put all of that together, we went and sat down with the banker, and the banker says, "Where's your cash?" And we said, "Well, yeah, we got some cash here, we got a promise here, and we got a letter of intent here." And he looked at us like, "Have you lost your mind? I mean, where's the collateralization here?" Now, the long story short, because of the educational knowledge that went with the development authority and understanding financing and all that goes with it, we were able to indeed take all of that and put it to an appraisal then, and get the money mosaic to make this work. By the way, it didn't have the startup capital, and we're working on that right now, so we'll figure that out.
But we are paying interest on the $750,000 that we're waiting on.
Us, yes. So this is something that's critical. Improved payment for telemedicine. Telemedicine's proven. We have had increases in payments, but not nearly to the point that we need to move to get this as a part of the workplace shortage. This is a key critical workplace shortage issue that can be achieved with simple dollars and cents on the telemedicine. And then this, not the last one, but the Development Authority understanding of economic development. I can only tell you that we worked all the way through with Dr. Summer and such for the hospital authorities, and we understand far more what they don't know. And when we started to understand what they don't know, then we could help them do a better job of running their authority and serving as a vehicle for cash. When we got into the discussion here of the Development Authority in a small rural county, we could then see this is a universal problem throughout the state. This is something that's a big time problem. And as David said right there, you get people that say, no, I don't want to do this, or I don't want to involve in myself. When they leave, you lose the vehicle to bring money into the rural community. I got to be honest with you. I knew about development authorities until we got into this and spent a year in it. Did I ever understand what she understands? Because she has to operate under the auspices of some developmental authority to get money into and or out of some place, some reserve, some reservoir. So this would be good cop, bad cop here. This the understanding around training and education. We got to find a way to train and educate those people without costing the community the capability of drawing upon its key people there. This is big time stuff. Then the last one I've already mentioned, standardized CMO RFP portal. Again, we meet with those people every day, every week. We have at least 2 meetings a week to discuss all of this, and this is incredible. And this doesn't, so much of what we're talking about here does not require capitalization. It requires getting off of the duff to get something done and make the regulation go away that's in the way. Okay, approved public-private partnerships. Now, I can talk about this a whole bunch. That lady right there can talk about it more than anybody can, even without naming public-private partnerships. But what she has done in public-private partnerships is amazing.
Okay, I'm going to back up just one second too. I think the first slide where you asked me about the funding that came from the state, the $3 million that comes to some of the rural hospitals.
This is the Rural Hospital Stabilization Grant money.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will also say that one of the projects, when we think about what that money is used for, some of that money is being used for what he's referencing right now. We provide to areas like Randolph County that lost their hospital just, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now. Another hospital closed in our neighborhood. A few years before that was Calhoun Hospital as well, that Gerald and I were both familiar with. We have taken the money that comes from the state and done an expansion program for Randolph County. We haven't completely fulfilled that mission because he wants to call it a bus. It's actually a truck. It's basically a tractor trailer, 18-wheeler that is modified for healthcare. And we send these, we've got one already, and we send these trucks all around the state to impoverished areas. And all of the healthcare is provided through telehealth. One of my 2 rural health clinics that are either in Calhoun County or Miller County. So we provide primary health care, we provide access to low cost or no cost medications, lab tests, clear wave test, A1Cs for diabetes, we do care management for people, on and on and on it goes. But the most recent one, just to give credit to Terry for helping me with this, is a truck that will go over to Randolph County and to Stewart County that also lost their lost their hospital. But the public-private relationship that Jimmy's referencing is one with a large company. I'm kind of hesitant to say the name in this room.
Don't say it.
Okay, a large company with 1,100 employees that we manage their entire workforce from Miller County through one of these vehicles.
From
And it's
Miller
a-
County,
this-
hear what she just said, this is so important from a collaborative standpoint, because what she just said is from Miller County, which 15 years ago was about to close, she is in charge of the healthcare contract for 1,100 people.
For 1,100 people. And the skin in the game is I provide the bus, the staff, the technology, all of that. And the way that I get paid is on a cost share basis. Similar to our ACO, but in an industrial model. It's worked real well, and that's the model that we're going to take forward to Stuart Webster as well. We have another model right now that is in the works with a Kia plant up in Columbus, if anyone's familiar with that. Huge plant. They've approached us, and we plan on venturing out that way next year.
He-
I hate to interrupt, but I know we got a few more questions and we're way behind schedule. So, Chairman England, did you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, just real quick on the whole thing on the development authority. So we've got development authorities in the state that are into a little bit of everything. And, the point David made a while ago about when you require this training, it's hard to find individuals. We saw it with the hospitals, that we had individuals that wound up going through the hospital training, realized that they did not need to be on the hospital authority because they were either doing business with the hospital. It wasn't anything, in most all of the cases, I don't think it was anything nefarious. It was somebody that had, a cleaning company that was doing the cleaning, thought it was okay until they realized that it wasn't. So, a lot of that got cleaned up very quickly, and there has been some consternation on replacing some of those folks. But just a couple of things real quick to understand about hospital authorities, or not hospital authorities, but authorities in general. There is 8 hours required training for a new authority board member to go on there. But that's where it stops.
Right.
If they go on there, if they were appointed the first time in 1980, they had to have 8 hours of training. Now we're in 2021, we're 41 years later. The one particular authority that's been talked about today, the appointments had actually expired, and after the expiration they were reappointed to be able to complete this process, complete this deal, so thankfully they were. But remember also, all of these authorities have to submit to DCA once a year a report on any debt that they hold or have held during the year. There are no teeth involved in mandating or in making sure that reporting is done. And talking to DCA and Christopher Nunn, Commissioner Nunn, he feels like they probably get about 30 or 40%, I think was the number he told me one day, of those that actually report. But he has no teeth, no stick to go enforce that, no stick to enforce the training provision as well. But remember, most of these authorities, not all of them, but most of these authorities have the ability, with no one's oversight, to levy property tax. Levy a millage rate, a mill or more, for economic development within a community. Now, that economic development can be selling a bond to buy a piece of property and putting the infrastructure in. These are unelected folks. They're good people. Just the same thing I said about our hospital authority folks 3 years ago when we were talking about this issue. They're good folks. They're the farmers, they're the bankers, they're the lawyers, they're the CPAs in these communities, and they're doing the best thing that they can, the best job that they can. But understand, these are unelected members of local communities that, number one, we're talking about have little to no training, no teeth involved in any kind of reporting to the state or to their locality, and have the ability to leverage millage rates, taxation on property owners in those communities and in those cities. Now, pre-1986, I think it is, downtown development authorities have that ability. Downtown development authorities created after 86 do not. But just to understand, most small towns have a pre-1986 development authority that has that ability. Most counties have a pre-86 development authority that has that ability as well. That's all.
I have one other point. I know I'm over, but this one is important. You'll hear it next on public-private partnerships. You'll hear from CTCA and those people over there about the cancer deal. There was a move made about 3 years ago to get CTCA deeply involved as a public-private partner out in the marketplace. She can talk about it. Others can talk about it. But what that has done is afforded the opportunity to keep jobs in community that are oncology related, and a powerful, powerful subject matter for public-private. When you hear that, know that that is a major positive move, and it was fought like crazy, and I could get, but anyhow, important to hear.
Chairman Green, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we passed the tax credit for hospitals, you know, we moved it from 60 million on up. Well, Randolph County was able to get that first year good money. The second year, they changed the rules on us, and we did not. We got what we had raised, but nothing else. It had absolutely just floored our people. I've lost Calhoun County Hospital, Stewart Webster Hospital, Randolph County Hospital. In Cuthbert, we cannot even get an x-ray. If it was not for Robin and them coming in and doing things for us, y'all don't really understand what is in that little area of the state. If it had not been for Terry England putting money into the budget this last year for Clay County and the help that MRSA gave us in there, we would not have that in that particular. And that was thinking outside the box. But maybe, Mr. Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, we need to take, we're going to switch here, and maybe we need to go to Robin's farm and with the Appropriations Committee, because that's a good tank out there.
She got one great big old rattlesnake on her farm. I ain't going.
He's in hibernation right now.
But it's so good to have what she's done with Andrew College. It's a little college, but it's amazing how it's making a difference there.
All right. Patty.
Really making a comment just to kind of add to what Chairman England stated regarding development authorities, and this is a conversation for another day, but I just want to put it on the table. As we're talking about accountability and responsibility, let us please include community action agencies in that conversation, because there is a true lack of responsibility and accountability when it comes to community action agencies. They get federal funding that comes through the state of Georgia, the Department of Human Services, down to these local community action agencies. And I would love to talk offline more about how there really needs to be more level of accountability with these community action agencies in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Cooper.
Robin, is the nursing program accredited?
Yes.
And where'd they get faculty? You steal it from AVAC?
Same hard time all of us have.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. But I mean, how do they find faculty?
You know, truly, I don't know how Dr. Buchanan has done that, because she's leveraging. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then they have redone a whole building. You should see that.
Oh, yeah, it's a beautiful, yeah.
And I don't know where she got the money for that. She's another
She got it from me.
Is that from
Let's
you?
let's be clear, she got it from me.
Chairman Cooper, the single greatest change that could be made, in my view, is we, in our faculty-student ratio counts with the board, we can only count full-time faculty.
It's on my radar screen
And
to change it.
that, the single largest thing you
It's
could help
stupid.
to do to change the ability to train more nurses in rural Georgia is get a change in Georgia Board of Nursing rules and in ASIN and the other regulatory body, I can't remember, that would allow us to, quote unquote, have shared faculty with some of these hospitals. Some of these hospitals have fantastically trained nurses that would like to be engaged in education. We simply can't use them because they're not full-time employees of the educational institution.
Got it. And it is one of the biggest.
Major problem.
And especially in clinical supervision.
Correct.
When the students are in the hospitals, when they, the expertise that these people bring is tremendous.
David and I have talked about that several times. I mean, we've got master's prepared nurses who would love to be engaged with David and ABAC. But that is the big barrier.
See if we can get a change for you.
We've got one more
He needs to stay
quick
at ABAC,
question
but-
from Chairman Taylor, because my meeting is becoming as efficient as government. So, Chairman
one-
Taylor.
One quick comment, and as we're evaluating the hospital's evaluation, my hospital also, Grady, did not get any of the money either. And I think they need to evaluate the formula that they're using. It's the formula, they've changed the formula. So somebody needs to look at that. I don't know if we have to do it by statute, or it can be done in regulations, but it needs to be looked at.
Thank you, Jimmy, David, Robin. Thank you all for being here. I can hear the frustrations in your voices as you've had to deal with all these problems, and I think we understand that, and we know that there are a lot of people across our state that have those same frustrations, and we're going to continue to work on it and look forward to more recommendations and answers to all of the problems that we have across rural Georgia. So. Thank you all for being here today, and for all the members, they're going to be at dinner tonight as well. So if you've got another question you want to circle back with them offline, they'll be there. I hope to do that. So thank you all for being here today.
I know, what a thrill.
Next up, we've got a session here on oncology care close to home. Everybody knows Ray Williams. He's down at the Capitol a lot and does a great job for Cancer Treatment Centers of America, and so they're going to kind of update us on some things they've got going on. And Ray, you want to introduce everybody you've got with you, and,
Sure.
and before you get started, so we know who we got here.
I'll do that. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Ray Williams with CTCA. I'm going to change my background from what's happening in this meeting. I didn't know this, but I started my career on the House Committee on Agriculture. My granddaddy was a meat packer in Iowa, and my daddy was a physician. So I feel like I'm well qualified to be in this meeting right now. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, all the chairs in the room. Thank you for having us. With me today is Pat Brown and Michael Aslan, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Yeah, Patrick Brown, VP Business Development, Cancer Treatment Centers. So like Ray, just odd, unique background. So before healthcare, I was a wide receivers coach at a small Division III football college in Chicago. And from that, forayed myself into healthcare with CTCA and started at our hospital originally up in Chicago, moved out to our hospital in Philadelphia, and then came down here in 2012 to help build the facility here in Noonan. So thank you very much for having us. Appreciate your time today.
I'm Michael Aslan with a company called PharmD On Demand. Thank you. We manage hospital pharmacies across the state and the country, as well as community health center pharmacies, oncology pharmacies, retail pharmacies, and others. I'm not with CTCA. They dress too good for me. I'm just kidding. And I'm now questioning your credentials to be working in CTCA since you came from a wide receivers coach.
That's right. See.
Thank you guys for having us today. We look forward to speaking briefly.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me see if I can get this thing going. So in September of 2018, when we were working on the CON legislation, we came before this council and you asked us the question, what would be the impact in rural Georgia if we passed the legislation? And we answered you with this slide. 1, additional choices. 2, greater access. 3, enhanced options. 4, increased competition. 5, heightened innovation and creative collaboration. today we want to talk about what has been the impact and what was the wisdom and the foresight that you all saw in passing the legislation and allowing us to open our doors and create more access, not only for rural Georgians, but for all Georgians. And I would be remiss, and it certainly wouldn't be this meeting, if I didn't mention in the collaborative scheme of things, the work that we've been able to do with Jimmy and Hometown Health. And as you'll see, we were smart enough to go with Robin in our first choice, which seems to be the smartest decision we've ever made. But they have been just so helpful to us. They allowed us to become a business partner with Hometown Health, and the folks back there with Hometown Health have been great in helping us do that, and also introduce us to Michael, and you'll understand more about why that's important in a moment. But collaboration seems to be the key, and we're going to give you some solutions that we've embarked on in the short period of time since the bill passed that we hope can provide some models for oncology care closer to home in rural Georgia. Let me just First, though, I want to just give you some impact numbers. Since 2019, when we got the bill passed and we got the certificate in late November, we've had 954 additional Georgians that have been able to come to our facilities from 103 of the counties that are designated as rural counties in this state. And that deserves a thank you for you all, not for us, for you all, because you've saved lives. You've given folks hope, and you've given folks a place to come to get the care that they're looking for. Our motto is, go get the care wherever you need the care, and you created a medium to allow that, to do that. And you can see how our percentage has grown from 35% in 18 to over 54%, 55% in 2021. And that's with a pandemic. And, you know, that's where your foresight and your wisdom kicks in, because you had to know the pandemic was coming, and you created this opportunity in Georgia for folks to come there. So it's significant. It's changing lives. And now we want to talk a little bit about that collaboration and working with these local folks to get their care. Yeah. And I'm going to turn that over to Pat.
Thank you. Can I take this? We are saving on paper too, so we're sharing.
We'll try to get you back on schedule.
Yeah. But as we were looking to start to build these collaborations and really what that would look like, you know, really first we heard from our patients. You know, once we had the ability to expand our footprint with some of the CON reform and start going outside of the four walls up at Noonan, certainly we had to take a look at what would that look like for our patients. So in listening to, you know, the many patients that have come up here, you know, I have many conversations with patients on a daily basis, patients that are deciding not to come back to CTCA. And more often than not, it's not because, you know, they don't like the care that they're getting or, you know, they're having challenges with CTCA. It's really just a logistical challenge for them to keep coming back and forth to the hospital. And if any of you know of a loved one that's dealing with cancer, I would say travel without cancer is taxing on one's body. But imagine having to go, you know, multiple weeks in a row, driving 3 hours, 4 hours in a car, not feeling well, just to get that care. And on top of that, the care that you're getting is like a chemotherapy or radiation. It's not very easy. And so hearing that feedback, you know, again, it was often, you know, we love the care that we're getting. We like the people here. We like the model and the convenience of everything being under one roof. We just wish you were, you know, closer to home. And so that started to develop, you know, the idea, and then working with, you know, folks like Robin, Paige Wynn over at Dormany out of Ben Hill County, you know, just trying to understand, you know, what the need was for some of these rural sites, community hospitals, and a lot of them, the feedback that we had gotten is just that we don't really have the oncology arm or the oncology space to be able to serve some of these patients. So there is an opportunity, there is volume, there is patients that are in need of care, right here within our own backyard, but they're going off to other hospitals. And so we're essentially, losing those patients to, to larger facilities, sometimes get lost in the shuffle and then never make their way back to us. So, can we create, an affiliation or a partnership where we have a streamlined process to where we could serve as that oncology arm for some of these rural communities, rural hospitals, and then make sure through that patient flow that we're transitioning that patient back to the hospital, so that revenue volume, stays within that rural community, as a way to, sustainability, like we've talked about, that a lot of these rural facilities are in need of. And so for us, we were open and flexible on what that model looks like. I don't know if we have, I think on our next slide here, and I won't walk you through kind of step by step the process, but at a high level, essentially what we were looking at, trying to create is really, shared care amongst both facilities. So depending on what the rural hospital has and what their capabilities are, we could tailor that model specific to your individual need. And we'll talk about, 2 hospitals here, Robbins, one in particular, in Dormany Medical Center out of Fitzgerald, Ben Hill County. 2 partnerships, but 2 totally separate at this point models that we've been able to build. And so starting with Dormany, one model for them is they had oncology in the past. They had been giving chemotherapy for years, but they had simply lost their medical oncologist and lost their ability to deliver oncology care in their facility. And so relying on an incoming medical oncologist for them, when that medical oncologist went away, essentially an entire service line shut down for them. They just weren't able to serve those patients anymore. So enter in the pandemic. Certainly telemedicine has played a huge role in this. Is what if we could build a telemedicine bridge, to a Dormany who has pretty much everything in place from a chemotherapy infusion setup, and let us just serve as that oncology arm. I keep referencing that oncology arm and serve in terms of providing the physicians to be able to deliver that care. And we landed on a model that was essentially create a direct link to CTCA, literally a direct line for Dormany to our hospital. A patient can come up to Noonan, get an established treatment plan with one of our physicians. Let's say the patient needs chemotherapy. We know that typically, I believe, like 35% of all oncology patients need chemotherapy. Once that's established, any subsequent chemotherapies that are needed for that patient can be delivered back at home in that rural community. So from a patient perspective, you solve the logistic challenge and the problem and preference that they have with just eliminating the difficulty of traveling back and forth. From a partnership business perspective, on the CTCA side, one, it's a growth pathway for us in terms of volume, and for the rural site, you have the ability to leverage, in some cases, 340B pricing, and you're keeping that patient back in your facility, not losing him to a hospital outside of your system. A second model of that, and I'll turn to Robin, which was our first model, and as Ray alluded to, partnering with Miller County, a partnership that we're very, very proud of. It's no secret after hearing all this and sitting in this room today as to why we, I say that we chose to partner with Robin, but it was really Robin choosing to partner with us, just because of her vision and her strategy. It was a good fit and for all of us. But the model is a little bit different from Dormany in terms of not quite doing oncology chemotherapy infusions yet, but we landed really more on a marketing model to where we could leverage CTCA's expertise, in the market. A lot of you have probably seen, the commercial advertising and things like that. So what can we do from a marketing perspective to help draw more patients to Miller County for things like screening, especially around the pandemic when we knew a lot of patients just weren't going to the hospital or avoiding the hospital, avoiding those annual checkups for screening. So how can we build marketing plans specific for Miller County to help draw more patients there? And if, God forbid, there was a cancer suspicion or a diagnosis out of that, they had a direct link to CTCA as that oncology arm, and then for any basic labs or any diagnostics, that patient could come back to Miller County and as a way to keep the patient there and revenue there. And so
Peer-to-peer, you might want to mention.
yeah, and so in addition to just marketing, my second piece was there is really just from an educational perspective, peer-to-peer, as we mentioned, on a monthly and quarterly basis, our physicians are talking directly with Miller County physicians on a variety of subjects, different disease types, just different things to be looking for. It's a platform to be able to ask questions, kind of learn more about what's going on specifically in the oncology space on both sides too. So we meet with their primary care physicians. We were in fact down there yesterday just visiting their new pharmacy, which is incredible, which is also leading to just further collaboration and further ideas on, can we eventually get to a model similar to like a Dormany where we're actually providing chemotherapy infusions for patients, something that we could look at in the future. The point is that, these models are flexible, they're always evolving, but we're really looking at ways to partner with more and more rural facilities throughout the state because it was our commitment, but it's a passion of ours to be able to help serve, and there's certainly opportunity to do that. You saw those numbers, and for us, in our line of work, healthcare oncology, it gets uncomfortable when you say you're happy to see the growth, because that just means more and more people are dealing with cancer and having to fight cancer. But we are happy that we are extending our footprint, if you will, to be able to help serve more and more patients, in particular Georgia. And so what all of these relationships have been able to establish is, like we mentioned, the collaboration, and it's also led to a collaboration of a third model or third idea, really on by chance. By having some of these conversations, we got introduced to Michael Aslan, who's going to present to you in a minute about all the great things that PharmD is doing. But with their expertise, we're even now looking at maybe like a triad model where you've got the rural facility, you've got the oncology arm with Cancer Treatment Centers of America, and then the third piece with PharmD for a lot of hospitals that just don't have the capability or the setup from a pharmacy perspective, leveraging 340B pricing, chemotherapy infusions. Can we build a model similar to that helps just expedite some of these conversations that we're trying to have? So you see the collaboration that's going on, that's constantly evolving just by having these conversations like this. It's been a lot of fun for our perspective to see what we could do to help. And, very excited to have Michael here alongside us too, so he could kind of walk through what he's doing from the PharmD perspective in conjunction with Cancer Treatment Centers. So with that, I'll kick it over to you, Michael.
Okay,
Yeah.
those slides, are those slides there? Yeah. Okay. Okay, you got a different one. Okay. While he's pulling that up, I know we're behind schedule. Say again? Pull it up. I know we're kind of behind schedule, so how much time would you like for me to spend? I can modify what I'm going to say to kind of meet y'all's needs. I want to be respectful of y'all's time.
Just do the best you can.
Best.
I mean, we're going to be behind the rest of the way.
Hour and a half, good.
Yeah.
I'll try. All right. So I understand. So to comment on one of the things that he said, he commented a lot of the great things we're doing. What we're doing is really an extension of the great things the hospital is doing. All we're doing is utilizing the hospital's resources and making sure they're compliant to regulatory issues, making sure they're maximizing utilization, making sure their costs are as low as possible through our expertise. So, for instance, in this instance with oncology, a rural hospital somewhere in South or West or North Georgia is not going to have an oncology-trained infusion pharmacist. Okay, you don't come out of school, pharmacy school, being an oncology-trained infusion pharmacist. You have to be trained up for that. So what you have through our company is an extension through shared resources to that access, so that you can care for patients that way without additional substantial expense. And you may be asking, what is the ask? What are we up here asking you for? We're not asking you for a legislative change per se. There's nothing that I can think of that legislatively needs to be changed in order for us to be able to do the things that we can do for patients in rural Georgia. But what we've run into in meeting and talking to several hospitals is they're ready to do it. Their board is ready to pull the trigger. They've had family members who've had cancer experiences, and they've had to drive an hour and a half or 2 hours to get their infusions, and they know what it's like, and they want to be able to provide care in their rural community out of their hospital for cancer by performing infusions there at that location. And they want to know why they can't do it. And the main reason, the biggest thing that we've heard is just why they can't do it is because of the startup costs. Whenever you build out an oncology infusion pharmacy and the subsequent infusion center space, it costs money to do it. A lot of these hospitals, I'll show you in just a minute, meet the financial requirements from a reimbursement perspective and a cost perspective to be able to afford the ongoing aspects of caring for patients from an oncology perspective, but they can't get it off the ground because they don't have the funds to invest in that particular aspect of a build-out. So as you're thinking about things like the American Recovery Program or the Rural Innovation Money, and I've even heard from hospital CEOs that the State Office of Rural Health is a great place for funding to come to them in order to do things like this. I don't know how you allocate it. I'm not familiar enough with the state of Georgia's government to know how you allocate things, but just know that this is a need in the Georgia communities that can be serviced, and there are hospitals out there that can take care of it. And as you're thinking about how those funds are allocated, I can only imagine it goes along with some of the things you've already been talking about that would benefit hospitals. It's not a conflict, I don't believe, to things that we've already talked about or you guys have already heard about. I'm looking at two screens, guys, so bear with me. So this is just real quickly, I'll be real fast with this slide. There's a study out there from the, it's called the it's the Association of Community Cancer Centers. It was funded by Health Resources Service Administration and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Resources. I can't remember what state this was done in. It may have been Utah or Wyoming, somewhere out west. And what they did is they took 3 rural communities, and instead of having the oncology infusions done at a large cancer center, they collaborated with the large cancer center and had the infusions done at the small rural communities. And what they found is that costs went down, the outcomes went up, and the rural hospitals had additional forms of revenue. That's a summary of what this page says. And it's primarily because now the patients are more apt to get their medications because they have less of a distance to go. We'll again talk about that more in just a minute. This is a map of the state of Georgia off of the Georgia Heart website. So this is not all encompassing of all rural hospitals, but it is a large number of them, and it relates to another program that y'all deal with in the Georgia Heart Program. And you can see the diversification of rural hospitals throughout the state of Georgia and their proximity to large locations. So you can see how, if we can find the right hospitals, or if the right hospitals choose to invest in this type of business model for themselves and their communities, that we could strategically place rural infusion centers from an oncology perspective all over the state that would benefit all patients. This is a big slide. You can see how many words I have right there, right? I could talk about this all day. But there are encouraging drivers, things that would actually help a hospital want to invest in this type of solution. And there are things that are pushing them away, barriers and challenges from investing in this type of solution. I want to give you a couple of brief examples so that you understand the complexity of it. There's critical access hospitals, and then there's PPS hospitals, prospective payment system hospitals. We also call them disproportionate share hospitals. Disproportionate share hospitals can be broken down into sole community hospitals and non-sole community hospitals. There's also rural referral centers and others, but we'll just stick with the sole community hospitals right now. Sole community hospitals can be further broken down into rural and urban. A rural sole community hospital has the privilege of billing Medicare at ASP plus 6%. Okay, so they can bill, I had that written down wrong. It says ASP equals 6%. It should say ASP plus 6%. So they can bill at ASP plus 6%. A traditional disproportionate share hospital has to bill at ASP minus 22%. There's a 28% swing in the reimbursement for the exact same drug from Medicare, treating the exact same patient the exact same way, depending on which hospital you go to. There are strategically in the state of Georgia rural sole community hospitals that can bill better than other hospitals. So it may be more strategically beneficial for them to invest in this type of solution than others. Similarly, critical access hospitals can bill this way. However, they're subject to other provisions that may hurt them. A rural Seoul community hospital and a critical access hospital both can participate in the 340B program if they're both eligible. The critical access always is. But the critical access hospital is subject to something called the GPO prohibition, meaning that or they're not subject to the GPO prohibition, which is a benefit for them, but they are subject to the orphan drug status rule, which means they can't order orphan drugs on the 340B program. Well, guess what type of drug an oncology drug is, primarily? An orphan drug. So they have some benefits, and then they have some things that are deterring them from actually implementing this type of service. And they have to evaluate that each on an individual basis. That's really what we do, is help them understand, can you do this? Is there the patient volume? Is there the multi-county patient volume to support this in a particular rural area, and are your reimbursements are going to be what they need to be? Furthermore, and I'll talk about it in just in a minute, state Medicaid really doesn't help. And I'll show you some very specific examples in just a second. Other barriers are startup and ongoing costs. I've mentioned those already. Reimbursement challenges, we'll talk about them in a minute, and white bagging. If you want to know more about white bagging, see me after this, and you can understand my passion behind the problems that it causes for all patients of all types of hospitals, but in this case in particular rural. This is what the inside of a oncology infusion center pharmacy looks like. It looks pretty simple, right? It doesn't look very expensive. But what you're not seeing is all the things that go in to build out this room. You've got to have primary engineering control. I'm going to read this because I can't remember it. Primary engineering controls must be externally vented, which can create financial challenges when above the ceiling engineering is unknown whenever they renovate the building. Primary engineering controls have to be placed inside of a Class 7 buffer room, externally vented, that has fixed walls, HEPA-filtered air supply, a negative pressure between 0.01 and 0.03 inches of water column relative to all adjacent places, right? A buffer room must have a minimum of 30 air changes per hour. 15 air changes can come from the PEC. I don't even know what that is. My point is that the expense of building this out, even the things behind the walls that you can't see, is massive. That USP 800 it's crazy because it's not really a federal regulation. USP is not a regulation, therefore there is no enforcement arm. So guess who enforces it? The Georgia Drugs and Narcotics Agents. That's right. Right? So it's kind of weird. It's this weird mix and balance. Nonetheless, you have to be compliant to it. This is what I was referring to just a minute ago. This drug is called Keytruda. It's a medication used in oncology treatment. It has a J code. That's how you bill in hospitals, is these funny little J code numbers. That's how Medicare knows what you're billing. They don't look at the drug name. And if you look at the reimbursement amounts for 200 units of this particular drug, you see that for 200 units, for the most part, you're reimbursed about $53.92 from Medicaid. This is Medicaid specifically, State of Georgia Medicaid. If you see at the very bottom on the right, this is the top 13 of about 121 iterations of this particular drug at one hospital over a 1-year period. If you went down further on this list, I don't have it here where you can scroll, then you would see where sometimes they got paid $0 from Medicaid, sometimes a few $100, sometimes $1,000. And the reason why is because there's a DRG payment limit from Medicaid that affects the maximum amount that can be reimbursed. You know how much this drug costs, 200 units of it? On 340B, the cheapest possible place you can buy a drug if you qualify? $17,000. This hospital, every time they give this for a cancer patient, loses somewhere around $12,000. So what does that turn into? A net loss. If you can buy all of the drugs in oncology through the cheapest possible price, the 340B program, net reimbursement from the State of Georgia Medicaid of negative $700,000. You lose $700,000 from Medicaid for treating cancer patients. So now most of that is offset. Thankfully, most oncology patients in hospitals are not Medicaid; they're Medicare, okay, and they're third party. That's the majority of your payers. So there's a huge offset. But hospitals have to know this information so that they can know whether or not they can withstand this sort of weather in order to be able to treat the other patients that are there. Okay. If you have to buy these drugs on what's called wholesale acquisition cost, which a lot of hospitals do, that whether or not if they don't participate in or if they do participate in the 340B program but the patient doesn't qualify, or if they carve out of Medicaid, then their loss is $1.6 million. This is not a cancer patient. It's my grandmother. Now, chose to put her picture up there because of HIPAA. You can't just pick a cancer patient out and put them up there and put their drug list and talk about them. Plus, she's real pretty. She actually is no longer with us. She passed away 5 or 6 years ago, so she can't get me for HIPAA. But she would have let me put her picture up there anyway because she let me get away with a lot. I have her picture up there because I want her face to represent a patient that I'm about to tell you a story of at a rural hospital where we have an oncology infusion center currently in the state of Georgia, a rural hospital, where we do just this exact scenario that we talked about. There were 2 patients, a husband and a wife. The husband, I think, had lung cancer. The wife had breast cancer. And their infusions were staggered, so that one went one day, another one another day. And they had to drive about an hour and a half away to the nearest largest facility where they got their infusions. He would get so sick from his infusions that he couldn't drive her. So she wasn't going to her infusions and not telling him. So eventually he passed away from his lung cancer. But what happened, she missed several doses. But about this time, that oncology infusion center opened in her local community. That local rural hospital would drive and pick her up, bring her to the hospital, give her the infusions, and send her home. She's cancer-free from breast cancer now. Her husband passed away, unfortunately, but she's still there. That would not have happened had that rural oncology infusion center not been there. And we can do this all over the state with the right resources. I think about, I'm going to name a few. They're public entities, right? Stevens County Hospital is a good example of one, in northeast Georgia. They're a hospital they already have an infusion center inside their hospital that's not being used, right? But they don't really have the funding to get it off the ground. I think about so many others. Got a good affiliation with Dodge County Hospital. They want to do this. Again, it's the funding to get it going in order to be able to do it. And there's others. There's countless others. And it's up to the hospitals, not us, who does it. You know, they have to decide for them whether or not it's a good business model and whether it's good for their communities. So we're not cherry picking, but they're out there, and it can make oncology infusion and treatment better for patients in Georgia. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to add something to what he just said. I think it's important to know. We, hometown, are working on a major transformation model for healthcare. Foremost on that, and this is a national event that we're in, foremost on that is what these people are doing, and that is they're carrying medicine to the patient instead of carrying the patient to medicine. In rural Georgia, this is the name of the game, and in all aspects of what we're into, as with what they're into, the delivery of the patient to the medicine as opposed to, or the medicine to the patient as opposed to bringing the patient back is the only way to go, especially in the skill set shortages and all the problems that we got.
Thank you, Michael. Just remembers, if you were on our committee back in like 2017, maybe, Michael came to us with issues about pharmacy, as he says, on demand and remote entry in hospitals. And one of the bills that we passed, you promoted, went through, enabled this.
It's House Bill 792 that contributed to that, but I believe it passed in 2018. But thank you for remembering that, and it's really good to see you guys. I haven't been here in 4 years. Don't always want to come. And I will say one last thing. I don't envy your positions with all the things you have to do, but I do appreciate all that you do and admire all that you do. So thank you.
You have a great business model, and it's really helped a lot of folks. Chairman Parson?
If I could, just so I understand, these things that Cancer Treatment Centers of America is doing with Dormany and Miller, the 2 places that you had talked about. Now, are those things that you can do now because of the change we made in the CON law, or not? I'm trying to figure out what has actually occurred positively since we made those changes in CON.
Sure. I think it is because of that, in part because we are able to see more rural Georgians. The problem with it before is we couldn't develop these affiliations or these partnerships because we never knew if we could take those patients. We never knew when that 35% quota was going to hit. So it was difficult for us to get out and develop relationships until we knew that we could actually see those patients, because it didn't make sense to go to Robin and form a relationship with Miller County if we couldn't see the Miller County patients. So what you did by passing the bill was open the door for those patients to come there. And that was the promise that we made to this committee, was that we would invest our resources and our time and energy into that, so that we could see those patients, since you had allowed us to do that through the legislation.
Okay, I'm a little confused about that, but as far as the facility in Noonan, did that allow y'all to do some things in Noonan, expansion there that you couldn't do if we hadn't passed that law, if we hadn't changed the law?
It certainly has allowed us to, or allowed patients to, that wanted to come there, to come there. We haven't added beds or anything to that nature, Mr. Chairman, but it did allow more Georgia patients to have access to that facility, particularly at a time when, again, the pandemic was in place and travel and transportation was difficult. We're closer to home, and we could provide that
But
care.
as far as the thing that CON normally refers to, building, thing like that, then it must not have had that much of an effect then.
Well, actually, it wasn't from that perspective for us. I think what was in the CON statute was the definition of a destination cancer hospital. You allowed that to change so that we could be a general cancer hospital. And in doing so, and changing that definition, you lifted the restrictions that were on us that limited us to 35%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, with the PharmD program, in evaluating the business model for rural hospitals wanting to evaluate this for some of the hospitals that you mentioned, how often do the rate compensation codes, you mentioned +6 or -22, are those willy-nilly? Do those change often? So is there substance in using this as a model in order to make this business model work?
So the ASP -6% versus ASP, sorry, +6% versus ASP -22% is directly related to Medicare, and it was a law that passed in 2018. It's really just now going into implementation effect this year, but it affects hospitals that utilize the 340B program that are not critical access or rural sole community in nature, and it really is. This is, outside the state of Georgia, this is a kind of a battle between CMS and the Health Resources Service Administration about the utilization of 340B drugs. It was an effort to reduce the reimbursement as a result of the utilization of lower cost drugs for these hospitals that qualify. And it was an internal fight really with the federal government is really what it is. It's one department fighting against the other department in order to offset what one department had done legislatively back in 1991 and added to in 2010. What it does do, because of the way it is structured, is it does allow for certain hospitals to be able to more cost effectively implement solutions like these than others as a result of the modified reimbursement structure. But that is a federal thing, yes.
But it's important to know that the 340B program is under fire, and we have many hospitals who could be in jeopardy of losing that.
Yeah, I will. So what happened is, as a result of COVID, you have to understand the way the disproportionate share calculations are created. Now, for critical access hospitals like Miller County, they don't have to meet a disproportionate share obligation, right? They have that's a privilege for them, but they have other obligations too, like no orphan drugs, as an example. So that's a different beast. But on the disproportionate share side, and then subsequently the sole community side, you have to see at least 11.75% or more than the national average of indigent patients on the disproportionate share side, or 8% on the sole community side. And what happened is they use Medicaid patients as part of the calculation, and they also use Medicare patients and third-party patients. And if you have increased Medicaid patients that you see on an inpatient basis, it helps your number. It rises that number. That DSH adjustment percentage goes up. But what happened is, when the federal government subsidized COVID stays inside of a hospital, then the calculation would not allow them to include those Medicaid patients in their numerator, in their calculations, so their numbers dropped. We work with one hospital whose disproportionate share adjustment percentage dropped from 22%. So they see 22% over the national average of indigent patients in their hospital down to 7. So they completely fell out of the program. And they've been in it for 10 years.
That's awful.
And they rely on it. I mean, they didn't, their financial position in their county didn't improve during the year of COVID by, 15%. It didn't magically improve 15%. It's just that their calculation negatively impacted them. So it can have some detrimental effects. And that's something working through currently with the senators in Georgia to try to modify.
Chairman Taylor, please.
Mr. Chairman, my question, I guess, is almost a comment. If you could spend a minute to talk about white bagging, because that is a big deal in some of our rural hospitals, and even my own. Some hospitals cannot stock things on a shelf. Is it going to be individually ordered? I think that's something that needs to come out. If you could just spend a minute.
This is a hotel, right? Y'all got rooms? Let me just give you 2 examples.
Yeah.
Let me give you 2 examples. That's the quickest way. So these happen at facilities that we service. There's a drug out there called Remicade, and it's dosed based on your weight. So that the pharmacy can't mix it until you come in that morning and you get weighed. What white bagging does is it sends the drug from another location to your pharmacy, then to mix and prepare. So it uses the hospital's resources to mix and prepare the drug in these clean room environments to prepare for a patient. They're sending the bottle like a supplier would, like a wholesaler would. And then with instructions, mix at 10 milligrams per kilogram. First of all, that's not an appropriate label. Second of all, it's not who's liable should it be mixed incorrectly. Another scenario, and what happens if it gets broken in transit, if the glass vial gets broken in transit, then that patient has to delay their care until they can ship another one. In another example, they accidentally ship the drug to the patient's home. That's called brown bagging. Brown bagging is where you send it to their home and then you carry it to the doctor's office and then they mix it there. That's not supposed to happen, but they did it anyway. So the patient got this stuff in the mail, didn't even know what it was, and sat it on the kitchen shelf until the next time she saw her doctor and missed an asthma medication that's a specialty drug because nothing else works for her for 3 weeks. She didn't even know where it came from or why she had it that way. She didn't have anybody to call, so she waited until she saw her doctor, and she didn't get her medication as a result. So those are real examples, and just so you know, those have been filed with the state office, commissioner's office recently. So those should come up. It's a big deal.
Who's making this happen? Where's this coming from?
Insurers are mandating that those drugs come from, quote, specialty pharmacies. The problem with it is the specialty pharmacies aren't subject to, they're not having to build a clean room, right? Because they're not mixing the drug. They're just ordering it from a supplier, they're putting a label on it and they're sending it to the hospital who does all the work with the resources that they've put in place at that hospital. And then the hospital's administering it. And the pharmacy, the third-party pharmacy is getting paid for it. And a lot of what it's doing, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes aspects to it that are reasons why we believe it's happening. They go beyond the scope of your question and would take much longer than the 2 minutes we've already spent. But if you're interested, I'll be happy to share it with you.
Thank you. I just thought everybody needs to know what's happening with that.
It's
And
a major
not
patient
good.
care
It's not good
issue.
for patients.
It impacted us as well, because we want to begin treatment while folks are in our facility, since we're a one-stop shop. And we had to deal with that as well, that we couldn't provide the medication while they were there. So we could start the patient on a regimen, but we couldn't start them on the regimen because it had to be white bagged.
Right.
This alone can destroy much of the rural community and health.
The insurer requires that?
Yeah, basically what they're saying is that they've created a contract with a specialty pharmacy to get the drugs just from that specialty pharmacy, and they will let the hospital continue to dispense, but the hospital has to agree to their new terms, which is a lower rate that in a lot of cases is lower than the cost of the drug, because what they've done is negotiated with the third-party pharmacy that low of a rate as well. And how do they afford it? That's where you get back into that 340B mix, and then who's the benefactor of certain costs of drugs. I'm not saying that pharmacy gets the 340B benefit. That's not what's happening. But they know that the hospital has access to it, and so the drug manufacturer and the insurer would rather pay a little bit less to the third-party insurance company than the usual and customary rate to the hospital, knowing that there's a big savings there. Okay.
Pardon me?
It is PBM, so it's PBM driven. So for instance, with the insurer, one of the reasons why the PBM is not directly involved is because this is a Medicare Part B claim, typically. Okay, this is a hospital claim. It's not a retail pharmacy claim. So the PBM is not electronically modifying and telling the patient to go one place or another, but they're the ones creating the formularies and the destinations, meaning which pharmacy they're supposed to go to up front.
We're going to move on.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you,
We
gentlemen.
appreciate it.
We appreciate you. and appreciate the committee for helping them move on and do it that. Next up, Miss Rebecca Downey. It's got some moving toward the front. Well, yeah, you know. And on the, so we're talking about anesthesiology. And I think as members are just thinking about just the tremendous amount of knowledge Michael, Ray, all of them have to work in the healthcare. I'm always amazed when we get folks to talk about it, but Dr. Downey, we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you. All right. So I don't have a whole bunch of fancy slides, so it's just going to be me talking. Can everybody hear me in that case? All right, fantastic. All right, well, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Rebecca Downey. I'm the Vice President of American Anesthesiology Associates of Georgia. We're a provider who has patients that are people really in the rural communities of Macon and of Savannah. That's a good part of our patient population, and those are some of the areas I think that we're most concerned about at this point. To explain a little bit about myself, I'm a graduate of the Medical College of Georgia. I'm a board-certified anesthesiologist, and I practice here and have a license in Georgia. So I'd like to thank the committee for giving me a couple of minutes to speak to you today. I know that we're behind schedule, so I won't take up too much of your time, but I did want to express my thoughts about some of the concerns that we're having. And I especially wanted to thank Blake Doss for getting me on the agenda quickly, so thank you very much for that and making this happen today. But I'd like to discuss three particular issues that concern me that are impacting the healthcare that we're able to give our patients in our rural communities that we serve, and that is surprise billing, the outsized power of insurance companies to really influence the care that we're able to provide in this rural healthcare setting, especially and including anesthesiology, which is our specialty, and then also the looming physician shortage that you may or may not be aware of. We're facing it already, and it's only going to get worse. So I wanted to start with surprise billing and discuss that. So first of all, the surprise billing law that you all helped pass at this point has made a real impact on good patient care and has moved the needle for Georgians. So that has been a really significant thing that has helped Georgians. And since that time, Commissioner John King and his team have taken their enforcement responsibilities very seriously and have also had a very positive effect on all of that. But we still know that there's some bad actors out there that are not following that law appropriately. So to explain it, when insurance companies toss aside the contracts that we've fairly negotiated, it's really the families in Georgia that are stuck in the middle of this. So when families find themselves out of network with healthcare, they are either having to make the choice to basically move away from their trusted team of physicians and healthcare providers and move to a different facility, or to accept the possibility of higher rates for the services that they were already receiving from their providers and that were covered by insurance up until that point. And that really isn't fair. And while the surprise billing law really has a positive impact for patients, it does impact the workforce. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple of minutes. So insurers, like United Healthcare, are trying to game the system by basically taking advantage of smaller healthcare systems. So under the surprise billing law, there is an arbitration process that can be used in order to get out-of-network claims paid. That particular process is very labor-intensive, and small systems don't really have the billing and administrative staff to really support them during that process. So what's happening is that we have insurance companies that are able to delay the payment to providers that they should be paying. So when those providers are out of network, the law clearly states that the payment should revert back to the last contracted rate. But that's not happening. The insurance companies are not paying out claims, are basically sitting on the claims and have the time to do that while the providers that should have gotten their last contracted rate during that process are not getting that. And so, particularly in this current climate, we're facing the situation where providers are not getting paid during this process, and it's creating a loss of cash flow for these smaller hospital systems, and that's a significant issue. So the surprise billing law really is a great leveler, and we know that it works well, but it only works when all the parties that are a party to those processes are actually adhering to the law in good faith. We personally, and I can only really speak for my corporation, would prefer to be in network. That's really our strong desire. That's where we want to be rather than engage in this arbitration process. We'd like to be in network at fair contracted rates so that the hospitals that we serve can really assure their providers that they don't need to be worried about the patients being balance billed or the patients having to move to different facilities that are within their networks. The insurers, it seems, would prefer to sit on outstanding claims and appear to be indifferent to the impact that that has on patients in our rural communities. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact. And particularly, I want to focus on maternal care. So a lack of access to anesthesia care in a rural setting means that that is a lack of access to surgical services, which by extension means that that is a lack of access to maternal care services, because we all, for maternal care, need the option to provide a cesarean delivery. And when surgical services are not available, because anesthesia is not available, that has an impact on the mother, on her infant, on her family, and on the community at large. Higher mortality and lower life expectancy and reduced indices of health outcomes are all linked in part to access to care. And the lack of anesthesia services has specifically been identified as a major factor contributing to the shortfalls of surgical and obstetrical care in rural and remote regions. And as you're aware, Georgia has several areas of opportunity, specifically when it comes to maternal mortality. So hospital closures in rural areas have decreased access to obstetric care, further contributing to some of those difficulties. Women over the age of 40, for example, have a nearly 16 times higher rate of death than mothers who are younger than 40 and are receiving care. And I'd like to point out to the committee here that those statistics are from the United Healthcare Foundation. It was cited on America's Health Rankings, and yet United Healthcare has terminated anesthesiologist providers in Macon and in Savannah that provide care to those rural surrounding areas. So those providers then that are major resources for those surrounding areas that do not have the hospitals equipped really for surgical care and operative delivery, especially for those with complex medical issues, are then out of network. And on a personal level, I just have to say, as a provider, it's really frustrating for me to read the data that's being presented by United Healthcare vis-a-vis how they're behaving and their conduct in the marketplace. So it's United Healthcare really in that case is it is destabilizing the marketplace, and it's really the patients that sort of bear the brunt of that. So the loss of rural anesthesia and surgical care and operative delivery, including those of low complex procedures in low-risk populations, poses a crisis for hospitals that are in those rural areas. Communities that are deprived of anesthesia and surgical skilled first responders can't respond effectively to trauma. And in those cases, the hospitals that lack the ability to offer care for trauma and lack the ability to really provide maternal care have a very reduced scope and a reduced footprint. They're really able to offer outpatient services and medical transport services. And that's an unacceptable model for rural healthcare. So I'd like to take a moment to talk a little about the looming physician shortage that we're all going to be facing. So like the rest of the country, Georgia faces a critical shortage of physicians and other medical providers going forward. The American Association of Medical Colleges just had a study that was published this year that talks about this physician shortage in particular and projects that by 2034, the estimated shortages of physicians will be between 38,000 and 124,000 physicians in both primary care and specialty care. And then for non-primary care specialties in particular, the shortfalls are predicted to be between 21,000 and 77,000 physicians. And we feel that that shortage is going to be keenly felt in our rural areas here in Georgia. So we as an organization already face a lot of challenges recruiting these very in-demand providers, especially to our rural settings. And this particular specialty is very portable. So anesthesia providers can find it very easy to find jobs in different locations. They will likely go to the locations that are perceived to have the most stable healthcare systems. So when large insurance companies withhold payments to medical providers, that action directly correlates to our ability to recruit and retain providers for those particular hospital systems. So when a payer cuts reimbursements to hospital systems or to us, we certainly do not cut the reimbursement that we give to the physicians and our staff members at those particular facilities. In closing, I just want to comment on one particular thing. It's odd that some of United Healthcare's unfair tactics only exist in Georgia. So our overall corporation, North American Partners in Anesthesia, is present in most states. And we don't understand why in particular United Healthcare seems to have targeted providers in the state of Georgia. The impact on rural Georgians, though, is clear, and it really does need to be addressed. Many smaller hospitals, as I heard today, have already closed. And that ongoing attrition of small volume surgical specialties and maternal care programs has a significant and sustained impact, and it has over the last 25 years. So that's leading to diminished access to health care close to home for a lot of the rural residents that we have. Many rural patients cannot be transported to urban trauma centers in a timely fashion. And the same thing is true of cesarean section. When there's a mother that's in a rural setting, she may not be able to get to an appropriate center to deliver that baby by cesarean section in a timely way, and that puts maternal care at risk. And I'd like to emphasize something that I think I've heard in a number of presentations today, that the necessity for patients to transport themselves to other communities is not just an inconvenience. They're having to do that for very critical things: cancer patients, maternal patients, trauma patients. And it poses a real barrier to access for care. And it's also a huge financial burden on some of these families that already lack the resources to access the care that we have in our communities. I know you're focused on a lot of different issues, and I heard that today, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. And so in closing, I just want to say it really is critical that lawmakers such as yourself keep a close eye on marketplace conduct and continue to develop legislation that really levels the playing field between providers that are giving care to our communities here and insurance companies and some of their more interesting negotiation practices. Because those tactics really do seem to jeopardize the health care that we're able to provide in rural communities. A lot of you will have state employees in your districts, and those state employees probably have United Healthcare. So you can ask them why United Healthcare is not following the laws that this community helped to develop in order to deal with out-of-network status. In other areas such as Macon and Savannah, this is a workforce and an economic development issue. And you can ask United Healthcare why they've targeted those particular physicians and their patients, and why it is that they're not following the laws that you've developed when you've made it very clear how they are supposed to behave in our state of Georgia. So I appreciate the time that you gave me today, and thank you for your tireless work for the rural communities, and I'm open for questions.
Well, I'll just start off with the first one. I had to look at your North American partners in anesthesia. I was the benefactor of y'all's work twice in the last month.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you were there. I'm glad to know that
so
we
it's
gave good care.
for me. But I just got a quick question I think you might or may not know is how many in training anesthesiologists, and you have, different levels, nurse, anesthetist, in training are there in Georgia? What's the status of what we've got coming?
I will probably look up what we have coming. We have in our state of Georgia, we've got physician anesthesiologists, we have certified registered nurse anesthetists, and we also have certified anesthesiology assistants. So that's a different type of program that has been allowed here in Georgia, I think very wisely, in order to help address some of the shortages that we've been facing. So we can certainly look at those training programs, and I would be able to get you an answer on that.
I think that's something we have always wanted to know is what's our pipeline? Is there things we can do to help? But thank you very much. Any committee members? Chairman Corbett.
Just a comment real quick. I was a recipient of one of the surprise bill from anesthesiologists for United Healthcare didn't cover. I think it was a 10-pound kidney stone I gave birth to, it seemed like, but anyway, I needed some pain medicine real bad, and I appreciate what y'all do, but I was a recipient of it seems like we need somebody from United Healthcare here to talk to us today as well.
She looks forward to your advocacy. How about that?
Yes. Be happy to partner on that.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robert. Chairman Dickey.
Talking about out-of-network, I've had several constituents with ambulance bills out-of-network. I don't know, the state health benefit had a bill for $1,500, and our state health benefit paid $350 or something like that. So that concerns out there. And I don't know anything about it other than that anecdote.
Now you see when she starts looking at you and going.
We do need to do something with the state health plan because it's doing a lot of things like that. I'm getting a lot of constituents where the health plan just is not paying what it's supposed to.
Right.
Okay.
So, we need to work with that department. I don't want to throw stones, they're not here, but they better get a shield.
There you go. And you know that business very well, madam. Well, thank you very much, Doctor. Appreciate you being with us. Last up, Juliet Simpson.
Here I am.
Here we go. There you go. And then she's the one that's invited by Dominic. Okay. And you come highly recommended. Dominic Laricchia and Noel Williams, I believe. Oh, she's talking. Huh? And
The
Noel.
agenda that I had said Ray Cross, so I'm glad that I don't have to explain that I'm not Ray Cross.
Okay, well, thank you, ma'am. Go
Okay.
ahead, Ms. Simpson.
So, I think this is my third or fourth time addressing the Rural Development Council, and I appreciate the opportunity to come back here today. And I think I understand I'm standing between y'all and a rooftop dinner, so I'm not going to go through my whole presentation. I just want to hit some highlights about who All Health Choice is and what we do. So let me see if I can. Oh, okay. So essentially, All Health Choice is a data-driven care management organization that works with self-funded health plans, as well, self-funded employers as well as health plans to reduce the cost of health care. We are a rural Georgia based business. We have offices in Tifton, and we also have more than 40 nurses that work in all parts of the state, from Dahlonega down to Omega, and over in lots of different rural areas. When I've talked to y'all before, I've talked about the opportunities within DCH, with whether that's with the state health benefit plan or some of your unmanaged Medicaid programs. And so instead of really talking about our program in detail, I wanted to show you some of the results that we've had with some of our outcomes over the last year since I've last been here. I'm sure y'all will be interested to review the presentation in your folder. But just as a recap, we do remote monitoring devices and our MyCharlie app that goes along with our 24/7 nurse-supported care management. I want to get to the results. I know it.
Girl,
you're gonna. Well, I think most people have. I see a lot of familiar faces in the room, and I think that everybody has heard this presentation several times. So I didn't want to go over it too much again, but I did want to talk about in Georgia. Well, actually across the country, because we work with employers of all different types across the country. We work with health systems. We work with other self-funded employer groups. We work with health plans. And in 2020, we actually saved our clients over $10 million in direct healthcare claims costs. And that's when you factor out the results of, or the claims reductions that have to do with COVID as well. Now, this is a particular study that I wanted to talk about because, just as a reminder, All Health Choice goes at risk for our outcomes. And so if we were to work with a state health benefit plan or a Medicaid plan, if we don't meet our claims reduction predictions based on the ROI that we give you, then we return the cost of our program in year 2. So just as a reminder of that. So in this particular study, we were looking at, this is a health plan that we work with actually in Ohio. And in this particular case, we were able to have great data from them for those people who were identified as being appropriate for the All Health Choice service lines, and those who participated and those who did not participate. So just to recap, so with those who participated in the program, we actually reduced their costs by 27%. That's their overall claim spend. And then when we compared the group of people who were appropriate for the program but opted out, they chose not to participate, as you can see, their claim spend, actually increased by 36%. So we have an over 50% spread in the cost of claims. The reduction that we made with those health plan participants, and then those claimants whose costs went up, who chose not to participate in the program. And these are people who have diabetes, hypertension, prediabetes, CHF, COPD. These are people with multiple chronic conditions. These are that top tier of claims utilizers, the people who are spending, 80% of the healthcare claims dollars within either an employer plan or a health plan. Does anybody have any questions about that or thoughts? So, essentially, we've presented our programs. Like I said, I think we've done that 3 or 4 times now. And we think we made a real good case for the state health benefit plan or the state Medicaid programs. We do go at risk. We're a rural company. We're servicing organizations and health plans all across the country. We have customers in California, Texas, Ohio, New York, Maine, and then we do have some customers in Georgia that we're working with as well. Some are rural hospitals, some are hospital systems, a lot are agricultural employers, small and large. And we've made a tremendous impact on the overall cost of their healthcare claims. So maybe I need to read Jimmy's instructions, but we're here just to remind you again of the good work that we can do for the state of Georgia, and that we do fall right in line with the rural initiatives because we are a rural-based company, and all of our employees work in a rural area as well.
So I'm going to ask I have heard you talk a number of times, but mine is that what's the barrier? Is that I'm sure you put a proposal out to state health benefit and you don't get an answer, or you say that they're not, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot. You can say, I'll tell you later if you want to, but.
Well, we've met with both representatives from the state health benefit plan as well as previous DCH commissioner, and we've looked at and presented proposals related to employee health benefits, retiree health benefits. We've presented proposals for the unmanaged Medicaid population, and that was a real compelling argument as well. We also presented, because we have a mobile app and we have remote monitoring devices, and we have nurses that are working remotely to take care of people, we presented a COVID response proposal as well. And we actually have worked very well with a major hospital in Georgia on remote monitoring for their patients who have COVID. And then also their employees, because what we've seen through the pandemic, obviously COVID impacted people with multiple chronic conditions or chronic conditions in general. And so we were already established to work through video conferencing, HITRUST certified HIPAA compliant video chat, the mobile app, and provide those monitoring services. So we deployed a lot of pulse oximeters throughout the state of Georgia, a lot of thermometers, and took care of a lot of people with COVID. And we still have quite a few people with COVID that we take care of as well. So, so we've met with we've met with a lot of people. We've talked to y'all multiple times.
Yes,
and so I guess we're here to ask again. We think that, especially with the at-risk component, it's not risky for the state to engage, because if we don't meet the outcomes that we say we're going to, then we're going to return the money to the state.
Well, I just think as I look at it, it's just it's no-brainer. I mean, just what y'all done, especially saving us, all the taxpayers in Georgia, money, and getting better health outcomes, which is what we all really, really want. Yes, sir, Jimmy.
As I indicated earlier, we're deeply involved in the transformation program, looking at where healthcare is going. This is the heart of it. To think that we have this kind of potential savings benefit to the state and to the people and not adopt it makes absolutely no sense.
Yes, sir. Chairman Cooper. Yes, sir.
They say they have a program that monitors, but basically what it is a phone call from, about that they say that's what they're doing, which is not what this corporation is doing, but they say they include it and we're paying for it, and it's not very effective.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question and then a comment, but what is the number one issue you think? Is it diabetes or hypertension, cholesterol? What is the number one thing you think makes the biggest impact for patients?
The number one diagnosis that we work with is hypertension.
Okay.
And most of the people that we work with have multiple conditions, but the majority have hypertension.
And when you treat that, it also encompasses treating the other conditions along with it. So it makes a big
Absolutely.
difference. I might think one of the suggestions it might be time for we to have a special committee to look at our state benefit plan and to evaluate some of the things we're doing. That might be something I think that needs to be done. It's probably overdue. Thank you.
Chairman Corbett?
Thank you, Chairman Jefferson. Thank you, Juliet, for presentation. We've heard many times support what you're doing. Just on behalf of my fishing partner, he just wanted to let you know, Representative Laricchia, that he had a previous engagement, couldn't be here today, but fully supports what you're doing. Looks forward to working with you in the future, to help, save taxpayers money and improve the, healthcare outcome.
Well,
So
thank
thank
you. Thank you.
I got one quick question.
Okay.
So, my daughter had some heart issues this past summer, and they sent us home with all kind of monitoring equipment, and we were in 2 different hospitals. And is that something that they do independently of what your service is providing, or is our insurer just being billed for that service? And they said they were monitoring her, but she lives on a farm and she jumped in the swimming pool with them, and
Nobody called.
just crazy things happen to devices on kids. But and they said that nothing ever happened. I was just curious, is y'all's service unique, or is that something that hospitals do on their own as well?
So there are several different programs. There's a Medicare remote monitoring program that we provide service for as well. And then a lot of technology vendors have their own mobile app. And so what makes All Health Choice unique is that we bring all of that together into one mobile app. So if you had somebody who has hypertension and they have diabetes, then we would be monitoring their blood sugar as well as their blood pressure. And if they get COVID on top of that, we want to monitor for fever and for their pulse ox, their oxygen flow. And so we bring all of that together into one mobile app. And it's really agnostic. I mean, we can bring in any kind of vendor. We can bring in EKG. We can bring in all different types of devices with that open API. And then the nurse and all the other people involved in the care of that person can see all of that data.
But these devices only work when they're connected to Wi-Fi, or?
So they work through a cellular network. So we deploy either, if a person doesn't have a smartphone to connect the devices to, then we deploy tablets to them. We are also working right now with several of the hospitals that receive the FCC grant money for broadband. Even though our system doesn't require broadband connectivity, we're working with several hospitals to deploy broadband and connectivity in rural areas.
Sam, was your daughter supposed to wear that for about 30 days or for a 2-week period? That's done through the hospital. That's the first diagnostic test, and most hospitals do it on their own and set the thing up and do it that way.
The real question, Chairman, is, did they call you when your daughter jumped in that pool?
Never heard of it.
Right.
Oh, that's all I
Lost
need.
it one time too, and I just never would.
That's my wonder. I mean, if they did.
Well,
That's why I was asking.
well, that's the
It
kind
won't
of
work.
the beauty of what we do too is, I worked for a long-term care company for 21 years that's Georgia-based, and I ran their home health and hospice and care management company. And we deployed a lot of devices out to patients at home, but we didn't have the nursing support to back it up. So we might send you a device and say, hey, Chairman Dickey, monitor your blood pressure, but if you don't know when your blood pressure's high or what you're supposed to do about it by having that nurse backup, then the device is really no good because you never got a call, you never knew whether it was working or not.
Battery went dead.
That's
and they never called.
right.
It's rural hazards. Well, Ms. Simpson, thank you very much. We think what you're doing is great.
Thank you.
And oh, I'm sorry, Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I don't know if this is a question for you, but I'm just going to share it, and I'll be very brief with it. During the time of my husband's sickness, I had a very interesting experience when he was time for him to leave a major hospital and go to a lower level of care. There was a facility that I really wanted him to go to, and they wouldn't have a bed open until that Monday, and this was Friday, and the other facility, the hospital was going to send him to a facility that had a bed open that day.
Mm-hmm.
And the other facility said, we can get him, but we just can't get him until Monday. And so we got into this back and forth type situation. And I found healthcare to be very interesting during that time. And I just really puzzled me why they couldn't wait just a few more days until that Monday to get him into the facility that I prefer for him to be in.
Was he coming out of a hospital?
He was coming out of a hospital going to a lower level type
like a
facility.
skilled-
LTEC, going to an LTEC.
Going to an LTAC.
Yeah.
So, and Jimmy can probably talk about this a lot better than I can, but hospitals receive a certain amount of reimbursement based on diagnosis and DRG payments. And so when they do a very intense utilization review process, and when you're no longer appropriate for that level of care, they want you to move on to the next level of care. Interestingly enough, I had a situation where I had a friend who's 55 who had a stroke who needed long-term care placement during COVID, and that was a nightmare because I think what we were seeing and why some skilled facilities couldn't step up to the plate to provide care is because of the pandemic and the staffing restrictions, and then we got into the whole vaccine issue and who was going to be vaccinated and were they going to have people. So I think there's a combination of factors, but it's all about reimbursement.
That's the word I want to hear, money. Because
Yeah,
because
it's all
it just
about
blew my
that.
mind that they couldn't wait until that Monday, to Monday just to put him in the facility that I prefer for him to be in. But they were just demanding, and it was so. And I just got to say this. They treated me like, they had a representative from the other facility to come and just be there at the hospital with me to make sure that he went to that other facility. And that was quite interesting to me that I had to experience that in the healthcare industry, Well, they felt like, I don't know, it made me feel like I was about to steal something to run away with, and they was going to stand there and watch me to make sure that he went to this facility, But I just found that quite interesting. So I just wanted to hear from you why you thought maybe that was the case. But thank you.
Well, there are tricks to getting what you want, but it involves pain to wait and those types of things. Money, more money.
Well, thank you, Ms. Simpson.
Well, thank
We're gonna
y'all so
stop.
much.
Now, as Deidre said a moment ago, our leader, that it's casual tonight, 6 o'clock, upstairs, 5th floor. Elevator opens, you right to it? Right to it. We start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, bright and early. They have a pretty good breakfast here, but Chairman England said the trailer at 6:30 in the morning is the place to be, right? Yeah. And so it's it's there. It's there. I drove past it today. Real easy to find. But leave your books. They're gonna. Blake's got some stuff to put in them, and
where's the trailer? Old 76 highway. It's 2 miles from here.
Just
Go up the hill to the dead end street, take a right, and it's out there on the right.
it's about 2 miles. It's just back toward 515. The trailer. It's in a trailer. It's kind of got a bright neon light that says the trailer. You can't miss it, But thank you all for your attentiveness and.
You've heard a lot of bad things about Southwest Georgia, but look at the beauty on this. That is Providence Canyon.
right.
And thank you, Dr. Bridges, for putting that on there.
Blake, yes, sir. What time is it? Dinner's at 7. The happy hour's at 6. 7.